Coming to you from the city of the weird. Exploring topics from the esoteric and unexplored to dimensions unknown. Shining a light of truth on the darkest corners of our reality. Welcome to the Curious Realm. Well, hello everybody. How are you doing today? Chris Jordan here, host of the Curious Realm, coming at you from Austin, Texas. Man, have we got a show for you tonight, folks. I can't even express to you the amount of love that I felt this weekend. Talk about kindred spirits. It was fantastic. It was great. I had a chance to go out to the International Remote Viewing Association conference in Menlo Park, California, literally blocks down the road from the Stanford Research Institute, also known as SRI, where remote viewing quite literally got its start. This is the beginnings of what was soon to become, after a few years, the Stargate program with the U.S. military. And we had a chance to meet Hal Puthoff. It was fantastic. Super, super fun. Super great guy. We're hoping to get his wife on actually very soon. And then him soon after. His wife works in the field of mental health. So we will be talking to her about mental health issues in America, specifically mental health issues within our prison system. And what leads down that road. Tonight, our footage is fantastic. We will be starting off the evening with an interview with Jeffrey Mishlove. Jeffrey Mishlove is a fantastic guy. He is the host of New Thinking Aloud. He was the winner of the Robert Bigelow essay contest from the Bigelow Institute regarding near death and existence of consciousness beyond death. We're adding that paper to that essay to the Knowledge Vault. It is available out there. It's fantastic. So we talk with Mr. Mishlove for the first few minutes of our interview segments, really talking about his experience with SRI, going to SRI, learning these things in the early days of remote viewing, before it became Project Stargate. And then after that, we have a chance to talk with John Brandenberg, who is actually a fantastic gentleman. We had a great time once we started talking all weekend. It was great. He is actually a physicist. He worked on directed energy weapons. We will get to him on soon, talking about directed energy microwave weapons and how it relates to targeted individuals, how it relates to Havana syndrome, things like that. Great conversation with him about the coming singularity and the possibility of the singularity and how he has remote viewed that possibility. So we will be talking about that. After that, literally the legend, Lynn Buchanan, like this guy is one of the biggest hearts I've ever met. Just an amazing, amazing individual, and had a couple days of great conversation with him and John Brandenberg. So he is one of the inspirations for the movie Men Who Stare at Goats, as is Dale Graff, who we interviewed as well. Lynn Buchanan was one of the training officers for Project Stargate, the U.S. military remote viewing program. And Dale Graff, who is the current vice president of IRVA, the International Remote Viewing Association. He was the functional head. He was the operational head, who was from the Department of Intelligence. So yeah, he worked with the DIA and was directly in charge of the targets that were chosen, things like that. So, some great conversations with those guys. And we wrap it up with Michelle Davis, a functional, remote viewer who is out there doing remote viewing. She is also a psychic, a medium, and she is a student of Lynn Buchanan. So we'll talk with her a little bit about the difference between an actual psychic reading and what remote viewing is. Truly a great 4.5 hours of interviews coming up. If you wonder why we don't have a live guest, we can tend to shadow a live guest. I like putting a live guest up against a pre-recorded. That's cool. But whenever we're doing something on the magnitude of this, it can be really hard for a guest not to be overshadowed by the topic and by the mass number of interviews coming up after them. So we've decided on things like this. I'll basically come in, give you the beginning of the show like we do before we bring you a guest. And then we'll hop to a quick commercial and start rolling interviews. So you will be getting 4.5 hours of uninterrupted interview tonight, folks. Get yourselves ready because it is a treat. There is some fantastic conversation coming up. Before we get into that, of course, I mean, it wouldn't be an episode if we didn't do the news of the week. So let's hop on over to the Curious Realm Facebook group. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all of our social media. It's where you can find all of the episodes. That's where you can follow us, like us, subscribe to all of these platforms over here, including all of the alternatives, MeWe, Gab, Mind, CloutHub, BitChute, Rumble, all that good stuff. Stop on by and check it out. We are also on Blueberry Podcasting. But our news of the week this week brought to you by the Booking of the Face on Facebook, out of Singularity Hub. In its greatest biology feat yet, AI unlocks the complex proteins guarding our DNA. That was a really cool article out of The Guardian. Ghislaine Maxwell has officially been moved to a low-security prison in Florida. We'll see what comes of that, folks. There was a great interview that Gene Krause put up, Richard Lighthouse, talking about targeted justice, things like that. A beautiful picture of Venus from NASA there, as well as out of Huffington Post. Israeli man dies after sinkhole opens up under swimming pool during an office party. That is a horrifying video to watch. And scientists may have found the secret to invisibility. That is out of Freethink. There is a new medium that actively lets them manipulate the way that light moves. So out of The Guardian, chess robot grabs and breaks finger of 7-year-old opponent. And I don't think that you can really go further than that. Talking about the coming singularity and things like that. Stop on by Facebook, follow us, like us, subscribe, folks. Come and be part of the conversation in our Facebook group. All you got to do is go to Facebook and look up Curious Realm. You'll find our page. Like and follow it. We've got over 6,000 people there right now wanting to know what we do, what our guests are doing. And well over 1,000 members of the group where we have regular conversations. So stop on by and join us. The conversation tonight, folks, I will say, is near and dear to my heart. For years, I was, and still am, a major fan of Coast to Coast AM, specifically the era of Art Bell. I remember back in the day when Art would get shut down in the middle of broadcast and come back like 10 minutes later, that kind of stuff. And sometimes it was talking about things like this. Remote viewing, which were just coming out. I mean, we only found out about Project Stargate all of a few years ago, like 1992. So I say a few years ago, about 30 years ago. But when you're talking in the grand scope of military plan, military strategy, things like that, when you're talking about the grand scope of research and the years of research it takes to do stuff, 30 years is not that long. Like we say in our interviews with a couple people still, this was the 50th anniversary, 1972. The research started at SRI in 1972. And this was the 50th anniversary where people like Russell Targ and Hal Puthoff, that kind of stuff were out doing new science on the world of consciousness and discovering new things. And now there's all kinds of research out there. It's fantastic. If you actively go to the Curious Realm Knowledge Vault, down at the bottom of our declassified programs and documents section is the actual documentation for, there's the Monroe Institute process for HemiSync, but right here, CIA, Project Stargate, as well as Stargate Slideshow with the Gulf War session. Remote viewing, I know it sounds strange, folks, but it is more science than science fiction. It is more fact than fiction. And it's remarkable. And as we say all the time on the show, physics, like I'm sharing an electron shell with my family in Houston and with a dude in Peru right now. The thing is, can we, through consciousness, affect those atoms in Peru because we share an electron shell? Can we, because we share an electron shell with the past and the future, have true precognition? And we get into that. We get into that tonight. And it sounds crazy, like I said, but these are scientifically studied things. And the science shows it is greater than statistic. It's greater than random statistic, I should caveat. This is not something that is randomly happening and they are demarcating in a lab experiment, folks. This is repeatable science. Repeatable result. And it's remarkable. We're going to be getting into some really, really deep places tonight. And as I state in these interviews, number one, notice the great number of people with the letters PhD behind their name who we interview, who are actual physicists. These are physicists. There's one paranormal PhD, Mr. Mishlove. Mr. Mishlove is the only holder of a PhD in paranormal psychology, folks. In parapsychology. He's the only one with a PhD in parapsychology, period. A lot of other people have minor degrees. A lot of other people have concentrations of studies, things like that. He is the only PhD holder in the field of parapsychology. So that's pretty interesting. But when you're talking about these physicists, literal people with aerospace degrees, things like that, who have led the government program into this. The government would not have dumped, even though it was like $20 million, $1 million a year for 20 years, whatever, they would not have dumped the money if it didn't work. If it didn't have something provable behind it, if it didn't have a use case scenario, wouldn't have done it. Even $1 million toilet seat for the space shuttle has a use case scenario. You know what I mean? So they wouldn't have been dumping this money if the field of research wasn't there. They wouldn't have been dumping this money if the Russians weren't literally spending money researching this. We caught up with them. And we get into that with Lynn Buchanan this evening. It was a remarkable weekend. It was fantastic. I want to thank Tommy for a great weekend of conversation and camaraderie. It was super fun. We debated long into the night, many nights, many topics with many people, including folks like John Brandenberg and stuff like that. That's what was great, was being able to sit around with these people and have conversations and clash rapiers, and the next morning wake up and eat eggs together. You know, it really was an open-minded and open-hearted experience. And when we come back, folks, from this commercial break, I cannot tell you how happy I am, how proud I am to say that I am a lifetime member of IRVA. You should go out, check it out. I am bringing it up on screen right now. IRVA.org is the website that you want to go to, folks. It is the International Remote Viewing Association, that is where you can go to get all kinds of information. It's where you can go to find training, approved training. Let me caveat that, because don't get me wrong, you could go out and probably hop up on Facebook and put in, I'm looking for a remote viewing trainer, and there'd be like 30 people that'd contact you. All right? If you want official remote viewing training, like Dale Graff sits on the board of IRVA. He's the vice president. Hal Puthoff sits on the board. Our guest, Dr. Deborah Katz from a few weeks ago, is the current president. Lynn Buchanan sits on the board. These people are the roots of remote viewing. 3 of those people there are literally like the pillars of remote viewing. And they have started this organization. So if you want to go take classes, folks, aside from Lynn's website, aside from Dale Graff's website, go here. I'm here to tell you they are official. They are legit. This is where it's at. IRVA.org. Stop on by. Join today. You can access all the Stargate archives. You can find out research. You can check out remote viewing videos. You can become part of the community there. They actively have a hit-miss directory. So that is part of what they're trying to do, is actually chronologue and chronicle all of this research. And for those of you out there doing controlled remote viewing, which is a protocol style remote viewing, this is the science remote viewing, folks. This is the stuff that is mind-bogglingly repeatable in a laboratory where people are blind able to describe an object in a box at a distance, things like that. The protocols for all this are found here. So if you're wanting to practice CRV, and there's ARV, associative remote viewing, and ERV, emotional remote viewing, and there's, as we say in the show during these interviews, speckles of the spectrum of remote viewing all over the place. But if you are looking for what is the real deal, original style, controlled remote viewing and how to do it and what the process is, stop on by. IRVA.org is the website that you want to go to, folks. Check them out. Once again, I am a lifetime member. I get nothing. I repeat, I get nothing for promoting IRVA. Not even a discount on my lifetime membership. I say this because without membership, without people sponsoring, it's like PBS, folks. Without people giving to PBS and getting a tote bag, you ain't getting Elmo. Well, you probably would now because the Sesame Workshop's part of HBO. But you know what I mean. Back in the day, you didn't get your Bob Ross, you didn't get your Ming, you know. So support, go on by, check it out, join. IRVA.org is where it's at. That's where you can check it out. That's where you can join. That's where you can donate. If you believe in this research and you want more psychic research out there, you want more research into this, stop on by, give a few bucks. There are memberships that literally cost less money than net firms a year, or net firms, Netflix, less money than Netflix. So stop on by, check them out, IRVA.org. Right after this commercial break, folks, we will be talking with Jeffrey Mishlove. After Jeffrey Mishlove, we will be talking with John Brandenberg, followed by Lynn Buchanan, then the amazing Dale Graff, and Michelle Davis to wrap it up. So check it all out, folks. Stay tuned. Here it comes, coming to you straight up from Menlo Park, California, the International Remote Viewing Association Conference 2022, right after this. With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our coverage of the International Remote Viewing Association Conference here in Menlo Park, California. With us right now is guest Jeffrey Mishlove, the only PhD holder in parapsychology, which is fantastic and amazing, but also worked with the Bigelow Institute and won the first place award for research in life after death. What was it that first got you into the world of remote viewing? Because it's not really a field that most PhDs, let's just say, would go into. Now, granted, you're a PhD in parapsychology, but what is it that led you down the path of parapsychological studies to begin with?
Oh, okay. That's a few questions at once. Nice to be here with you, Christopher. I was originally a graduate student in criminology. If you had known me in 1972, you would have seen an unhappy person who was volunteering at San Quentin Prison here in the Bay Area, because I was a student at Berkeley, and working in the psychiatric unit conducting group therapy with murderers and rapists.
Wow.
And it was at that point in my life when I had a dream, the most powerful dream of my life. And we're talking 50 years ago. I remember it vividly, in which my great uncle, Harry, came to me in a dream. And we merged our souls, maybe is the best way to put it into English words. It was so incredible that when I awoke from the dream, I was crying tears of joy and simultaneously singing a very sacred song from the Jewish religion. Oh. And as I wrote home, I said, "How's Uncle Harry?" My mother called me right away when she got the letter, and she said, "How did you know he just died?"
Wow.
And I began thinking that I love the study of human deviance, but I wanted to shift from negative forms of deviance to positive. And so I agonized over that for a long time, months and months, because if you go to a college like Berkeley, any other major university, if you want to study crime, psychopathology, social problems, you can do that. But if you want to study creativity, intuition, psychic functioning, mysticism, it's pretty hard. And at Berkeley, I found in those days it was impossible.
Wow.
So I had another dream eventually. After, 5-6 months, I dreamt I was visiting some friends of mine in Berkeley. But I should point out, even before I had that dream, after months of agonizing, I knew that day when I woke up that I was going to have a dream that night, and the answer to my quest would come in a dream. I knew it, but I had no idea what the dream was. Even after I had the dream, I still didn't know. I dreamt I was visiting friends of mine in Berkeley. They were in married student housing. I knocked on the door of their little apartment. No answer. I happened to, in the dream, find a key, let myself into the apartment, walked into the living room. There on the floor, in the middle of the floor, was a magazine. I picked it up. It was called EYE.
Oh, okay.
So I'm paging through this magazine when I woke up from the dream with this feeling of exhilaration, like, wow, now I have the answer. But as I pointed out, I didn't know what.
Yeah.
No idea. So I acted out the dream, put on my tennis shoes, ran all the way across Berkeley, got to the apartment, knocked on the door, no answer. And I happened to know where they kept the key. So I let myself in, walked into the living room, and there on the middle of the living room floor was a magazine, as I had dreamt. It was not EYE, it was called Focus. And that magazine literally brought focus to my life.
Interesting.
And it was the magazine of KQED, listener-sponsored public radio and television in the Bay Area, and reading through it, paging through it, I had the idea for the first time in my life I could pursue my interests by getting involved in non-commercial areas of the media, which for me at that time, if you had known me, I didn't own a radio or a TV. I didn't believe in radios or televisions. I thought the only authentic human communication was face-to-face. Radio and TV were all phony baloney. But at that moment, I changed my mind. I went over to the local nonprofit Pacifica radio station in Berkeley, KPFA, and said, I'd like to volunteer.
Wow.
And they said, okay, sit at this desk, and when you hear the buzzer, push this button and let people in the front door. And even though I had my master's degree at that point, I was glad to do it. And within 3 weeks, I learned how to produce a radio program, and the program director at the station liked it and said, well, we have a regular slot for you every Tuesday and Thursday at noon. Would you please host this interview program called The Mind's Ear? And I found myself like 3 weeks after my dream, sitting at a table like this with world-class experts in all the areas I wanted to study, coming on their book tours through San Francisco, and I was interviewing them, which gave me the confidence to then go back to the university and, taking advantage of some obscure rules, create my own unique, individual, interdisciplinary doctoral major.
Wow.
In parapsychology.
Wow. So you actively created your own course of study.
Yes, I did, but I can tell you I was guided by dreams.
Wow. And now, to bring remote viewing into this, because how important is paying attention to dreams, being present in moments like that, and recognizing moments like that? When it comes to training oneself for remote viewing, because there's the concept of precognitive remote viewing, and cognitive remote viewing. So let's get into those a little bit, and how this dream of yours led you down the path into remote viewing eventually.
Well, let me be clear. I did get into remote viewing, but I don't consider myself a remote viewer.
Sure.
When I talk to people about these experiences that I had, the way I explain it to myself and to others is that when you resolve to become the best version of yourself, the universe will reach out to help you.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a topic that we talk about regularly on the show. I guess nowadays it's really talked about in the form of manifestation.
Yes.
Kind of finding that sine wave in your life of what you're magnetically drawn to and what you're technically, I guess, supposed to be doing. It's interesting because for years I heard from family members like, hey, when are you going to stop playing with all those wires on Friday night and actually go out and get a real job? Referring to me running sound for rock and roll bands and being an audio engineer. Now I traveled the country as an audio engineer and as a video engineer. Their view of that is 180 degrees now, and they're like, wow, wait a minute, there is an actual career path there. And not many people realize that. So the fact that you literally stumbled into, and I guess really more followed the path that was laid out in front of you, and being open to the fact that what you saw might be something different.
Yeah, and I don't think everybody is destined to become a remote viewer, but it's useful for everybody to know that they can.
Yeah, and let's get into that for a minute, because when we talked with Deborah Lynn Katz a few weeks ago, that was a topic that we brought up, was with the ideas, especially nowadays in modern physics, things like that, of literally vibration. Like Hal Puthoff was talking about today on stage, we're only looking and hearing a minute fraction of the actual spectrum that is out there.
Right.
So when you take that into account, and when you take into account the fact that, we are all mainly empty mass and nothing but vibration, it's easy to imagine the fact that, yes, by all laws of physics, energy is not created or destroyed, it is changed. So even to think about that in terms of life beyond, consciousness beyond this physical realm, and the idea of being cognitive of something at a distance, it doesn't sound too much like science fiction at that point. It doesn't sound too much like mythology. It kind of sounds like quantum physics.
That would be one way to look at it, although my friend Russell Tarr thinks magic. It's magic.
Well, and Dean Radin, of course, refers to it as, in his book, Real Magic, very much the same way. And once again, that is the source of things like abracadabra. It's the source of mythic, esoteric traditions the world over. And it's interesting to see that there is that common thread amongst mystic traditions across the world. So how did your research with the Bigelow Institute into consciousness beyond death come about?
Well, let me be clear. I entered an essay competition.
Yes.
It's not so much that I'm a researcher into life after death. There are people who do. They work in laboratories or in academic programs where they do field investigations of mediums and or study not remote viewers, near-death experience. My role has been talking to people, just like you do. That's been my major path. I have written books and so on, but the Bigelow Institute sponsored an essay competition, and I thought I could win, and so I I wrote an essay on it, and it won first prize. And now I'm serving on the board of directors of the Bigelow Institute. But it's not as if I did research to write the essay. The essay was, in fact, largely based on interviews I've done. Okay. And personal experiences, such as the one with my Uncle Harry that I just told you about.
Sure. And even with that in mind, how have experiences like that and interviewing people over the years change the way that you look at remote viewing, change the way that you look at things like parapsychology and even life after death? I
tend to think, and I bet you would agree with me, that interviewing is the best profession in the world.
Oh, it's great. I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish I was really a coffee drinker, but yeah, it really does give you a different insight, and let you peel some stuff away, especially whenever you get a chance to get books ahead of time, things like that. I try to make it a good habit whenever I have people on to typically read 60 to 100 pages of their book. It at least gives me a springboard for the conversation, a good brushstroke of what they're working on and what it's about. We've gotten past the thesis statement at that point. And gotten into some meat, but yet still it allows them to take me somewhere and for me to discover something within the conversation.
Right. And it's about being in the here and now. You have to be present, totally present.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the very basics of remote viewing is to be present to the moment, whatever it offers. Now, in remote viewing, you create a context. You have a protocol. So the protocol tells you what you're going to do, but you have to be present for it.
Yeah. Even today with the experiments going on and stuff like that, we'll find out results here in a little while, actually. But in your years of interviewing people, things like that, how have you seen the remote viewing community change, and how have you seen the view of remote viewing changed within the general community in the world?
Well, I got started in remote viewing specifically in 1976. I was still a graduate student.
Oh, wow.
at the time. Russell Targ and Hal Puthoff gave a talk at the Institute for the Study of Consciousness, where I was living at the time.
Wow.
It was a little institute in Berkeley set up by a wonderful gentleman from Philadelphia named Arthur M. Young, who is also the inventor of the Bell helicopter.
Oh, wow.
And so he was a cosmologist as well. He had many wonderful theories, and he came to Berkeley, and some friends of mine organized a seminar with him, and I was, eagerly lapping up everything he had to say. And so when he set up his institute in Berkeley, he invited me to move in.
Oh, wow.
And live there.
What an incredible opportunity.
It was an opportunity. And of course, people like Puthoff and Targ, when they're passing, talking about their early work in remote viewing, is one of the first places they would come. So, and then they invited me to come over to SRI, where they were doing the research, to experience it firsthand.
And what was that like for you? To actually be in the bowels of the beast, literally,
right.
Like where it was happening.
Well, you go into it's a special room. It was in the radio science laboratory at SRI, and it was a room that had been designed so that no radio signals could penetrate.
Oh, wow.
It had thick walls, like 6-inch thick, and you're in this room. And so all of a sudden, there aren't any electromagnetic signals. Like right now, where we are.
Swathed.
Right. All the radio and TV and internet signals and Wi-Fi, they're all passing through the body. Yep. They're passing through the neurons in your brain. But in that room, everything is quiet. And of course, SRI, if you've ever been there, it's a very upscale facility. Some of the world's most brilliant scientists are working there. And Russell Targ, who was the person who served as what they called the monitor in remote viewing, sits with me while I'm doing the remote viewing. He just said to me, everybody who comes to our laboratory is successful at remote viewing. And he explains that in such a way that you get it. It's like he lays it down and it sticks.
Well, and I remember my first I had heard about Ingo Swann, I'd heard about remote viewing, but my first real in-depth exposure to it was hearing people like Russell and Hal come on to Coast back in the late 90s, early 2000s, when the programs really first started being fully declassified, where they could come out and publicly talk about the work that was done.
Well, their first book came out in the 1970s. They were publishing in scientific public magazines in the mid-70s. It was already public knowledge then. What wasn't known it was really an open secret that they were getting funding from the CIA.
Exactly. The whole Stargate program, things like that. And I think that's really where I think that's where a lot of the public knowledge came from, and a lot of the efficacy in the eyes of the public. Mainly because, like, hey, why would the government spend billions of dollars on this if hundreds of millions?
No.
Researching.
It was about $1 million a year for 20 years.
Okay.
So they kept getting funding, and it wasn't always easy, and it wasn't always from the government, but they did survive for about 20 years doing this program. And
like you said, to the pride of everybody that comes in here is successful.
Yeah.
And I remember somewhere at home, I literally have the SRI VHS that they used to send out, that you used to be able to call in and get a copy, amazing information. And I remember being flabbergasted by it. And to know now that It's out there. Financial institutions are using remote viewing. There are scientists using remote viewing. It's pretty interesting.
It's spread. It's become a social movement, and it's growing every year. And there's enormous resistance still in academia. That's why 40 years since I got a doctoral diploma that says parapsychology, no one has done it since. And so there's still a lot of resistance at that level. But at the level of the public, the public is embracing this. People have psychic or paranormal experiences, in the order of 70%. Of the population or so. What most people don't appreciate is the enormous power of the human mind.
Yeah. And literally the enormous power of human minds when put together on a task like that. When numerous people are given the same target to view, that kind of stuff. Not only to confirm things, but you get a much larger swath of data and information.
Actually, that's a problem. If you have multiple people looking at the same target at the same time, you are liable to fall into a problem analyzing the data. It's known as the stacking effect in statistics. And it's the idea that what if there was some event that took place in the news that day that somehow triggered each of those people to have similar imagery that resulted in the target. You cannot treat their each individual experience as independent of all the others.
Sure.
So if you're testing a mass of people and you're trying to prove the reality of psychic functioning, you would want to give them all different targets.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And even to that note, hearing Hal talk this morning about the experiments that were being done and the task that it was to actively find proper objects where they were different enough in texture, form, shape, materials, things like that, so that somebody said, I see a smooth object. Well, that could be this table. It could be this shirt. It could be this. It could be 100 different things that are smooth. It was really interesting to hear he and his wife over breakfast talking about that. And now, I guess part of me is, caught with the fact that there have been numerous instances. I remember the egg experiments that were going on with MIT years ago that rang off just before 9/11. How much of this comes down to the concept of a mass consciousness? How much of this comes down to the concept of a shared consciousness between people?
Now, would your viewers know what the egg experiment is all about? Should I explain it?
Please, feel free to explain. I know that we've touched on it before on the show, things like that, but...
Well, the eggs are actually random event generators, or regs.
Random number generators, basically.
So they're scattered around the world, and they're all sending random numbers, usually binary digits, zeros and ones, all going into a central computer. And because these are quantum mechanical random event generators, they're supposedly as random as anything can be. But if there are certain spikes in the data, where all of a sudden the data is deviating in a particular direction, that would be considered an unusual event and maybe caused by, you could say, the let me put it differently, the quantum foam that underlies reality is being perturbed in some way by the consciousness of masses of people. So yes, 9/11 was a major example where they found a perturbation. You could call it a perturbation in the quantum foam.
Yeah, it was quite literally the wow signal of that experiment.
There was another one during the funeral of Princess Diana, things like that. So there's been a lot of measurements made of that sort that does suggest, in fact, if you want my view of group consciousness.
Please.
Because I know I cut you short a little bit.
No, that's how
when I talked about, many people looking at the same target.
Yeah.
There are ways that you can do it that are perfectly valid. And one of those is the consensus methodology. It's used very effectively with remote viewers working on archaeological projects where they are. You don't treat each viewer statistically as an independent trial, but you can combine the best information from all the viewers, and it's one trial. It's a single trial, but it's often a direct hit. You get a very high hit rate that way.
Interesting.
And Stefan Schwartz, one of our colleagues, one of the founders of the International Remote Viewing Association, has used that method very successfully in archaeological research in Egypt and in the Mediterranean, doing underwater archaeology.
Now, with that in mind, I want to ask a couple of hard questions, couple of hard personal belief questions when it comes to this. How do you feel about being able to remote view through time? And how do you feel about being able to remote view places like Mars? Hell, my God, his name just left my head.
Ingo Swann.
Not Ingo Swann. He just came out and said that he remote viewed the Ark of the Covenant a few months ago. It will come to me in a moment. Okay. But things like that, where like the being able to remote view the Ark of the Covenant, being able to. There was somebody else that I saw who did a remote viewing session on a bunch of people that were supposedly murdered by Bigfoot. Yeah. Things like that. Where do you fall on those type of topics when it comes to remote viewing?
Well, it's a very interesting question, and it's kind of ticklish. Because, the most scientific forms of remote viewing are the ones in which there is a physical target, so you can compare the reports of the remote viewers with an actual target that's easily accessible.
Yeah.
Like it could be, something in a sealed envelope, or it could be a place you go to. But when you're talking about the Ark of the Covenant or
Uri Geller. It was Uri Geller who said that he remote viewed the location of the Ark of the Covenant.
All right. Well, nobody can check it. Unless he says, go to this particular place on the map and dig 10 feet down, and which is pretty much what they did in Stefan Schwartz's archaeological research. And if they come up with the Ark of the Covenant, good.
Cool. Yeah.
But when it comes to things that aren't easily verifiable, I'm very interested in it. I'd like to see remote viewers look into the afterlife.
I am myself, I say it on the show all the time, I am more apt to believe an experiencer until proved otherwise. Mm-hmm. You tell me you have remote viewed Mars 600 years ago, I'm inclined to believe you until proven otherwise.
Well, at least
just
keep
who
an
I am.
open mind.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
In Uri Geller's case, now I know every time you mention Uri Geller's name,
it can be tough.
I hear from people who say, "What about the Johnny Carson show back in 1975?
Yeah,
he didn't perform on camera as he was expected to. Therefore, he's a total fraud."
Yeah.
Well, that's total nonsense.
Yeah.
Remote viewing, as any experienced remote viewer will tell you, the great remote viewers are like the great baseball players, like Babe Ruth, hit more home runs in his era than any other player. No. But he struck out more often than he hit home runs.
That's right.
And so you have to approach the phenomena until the human species is more evolved. It's something we're going to look at statistically.
Yeah. Yeah. And, that's where I come down to it on the science of it, is the statistics. And the numbers show that it works.
Yeah.
It's there. It's been proven time and time again. I thought that it was a great showing of it in Caroline Corey's movie, Superhuman. I thought that they did a great job covering that and covering the idea behind it. And the idea that we're all connected. We just have to learn to use that connection and have to learn to tap into it and find that free. It's like tuning a radio.
Well, the sad thing to me is that large segments of our culture don't see it as that we're all connected. They seem to think that it's a zero-sum game, and if I win and you lose, that's the best outcome.
Well, and I guess the problem is seeing a winner and a loser to begin with. Those, I believe, are the people who enjoy having arguments and not debates.
Yeah.
Because and that's, I think, a big part of it, even when it comes to the science of things, is being willing to have the conversation and being willing to have the conversation without the need to convince somebody of your paradigm. And being open-minded and open-hearted enough to listen to somebody's point and accept it for what it is.
Or simply being curious.
Yeah, being curious enough to care.
Being curious and not judgmental.
That's right. That's right.
But a big part of the population is just the opposite.
Well, and that's just it. That's a big thing that we've talked about over the last couple months is that negative side of paranormal experiences, that negative side of UFO experiences, psychic experiences, experiences with the beyond, even those that have had near-death experiences who come back and didn't have that white light at the end. They didn't come back with a message or a purpose. Yeah. I thought when that happened, I was supposed to come back with a message or a purpose, and my life was supposed to be changed. What about those people? What about the people that do have the remote viewing experiences but can't tell anybody around them because they aren't open of mind?
Well, the good news is that things are slowly changing.
Yes.
And that society is becoming more and more open. When I first started doing remote viewing in 1976, hardly anybody had ever heard of it. And it was a taboo topic. Now, I think it's fair to say there are tens of thousands of people who are approaching it like very serious hobbyists, at the level of, let's say, amateur astronomers.
Sure.
They're dedicated to perfecting their craft. And that number is growing slowly but steadily every year. And sure, there are people who would say, this is the work of the devil and things like that. But the truth of the matter is that that's judgmental. And people, more and more people are becoming curious instead of being judgmental.
Yeah. Yeah. There really has been, as Art Bell would say back in the day, a quickening. With that, there has been almost like a snowball rolling downhill of people who are willing to explore, people who are willing to question.
Yeah.
And it's great because we need more people who are willing to sail around the world while the rest of the world thinks it's flat. We need more 15, 20 percenters where everybody else is going, I don't know about that. I don't know if that's the thing to do. But it's that small slice of people who are willing to step out on the ledge that end up finding these amazing discoveries
And the amazing discovery is we don't know the outer limits of human capability. You were mentioning time and space earlier, they seem to be no obstacle whatsoever.
Well, and especially whenever you consider it's one of the things that theologically I've always said to any fundamentalist is don't forget we decided what a minute is.
Yeah.
We did that. Mm-hmm. So that means technically any calculation that we are putting out there, we're like, we utterly made that up. We're hoping that it hits home and hits the spot, but that's why in science it takes years and decades. I mean, good Lord, even whenever you look at the theory of evolution, still theory. It's not called the law of evolution yet. Still a working theory, even after all this time. So we have to remember that science is forever evolving. By nature, it's supposed to ever evolve.
Yes.
So
yes,
it's hard when you have quite a bit of scientific community that really does have almost that religious complex of, well, yeah, but this is what science says is. It's like, okay.
Well, people in the academic and scientific communities are afraid. They're afraid that their colleagues will laugh at them.
Yeah.
And that's a very strong fear. And so they would rather err on the side of caution,
yep.
which means, don't let these crackpots into your laboratory, into
yep.
your educational institution. And as a result, you could say they're cutting off their nose to spite their face.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, because once again, you're falling short of that mandate of science, which is to go forth, to explore, to see how far it goes.
There's a price that we pay for that obstinance. And I can tell you, everybody in the parapsychology community has their war stories. I've been reading about it today over and over again about very carefully conducted research submitted for publication in mainstream journals where the editors simply say, I think you've written a great paper. I'm not going to publish it.
Wow.
It's so that happens a lot. As I say, 40 years after getting a doctoral diploma in parapsychology, where are the others? Although, to be fair, there are hundreds of people who do doctoral research on parapsychological topics.
Yes. And I would love to have you on to talk about that, to talk about so many other things. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about your show, New Thinking Aloud, where they can go to buy your books, where they can go to keep up with everything, Dr. Mishlove.
Well, it's very simple. New Thinking Aloud, ALLOWED, all one word, .com.
Love it. Anybody that has their own domain, it's proper. Thank you so much for taking the time out on what has been a very busy first day of IRVA 2022. So please hold on real quick while we close out. While you're online checking out all the amazing work of Jeffrey Mishlove, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can find all of the content. Make sure to follow us on social media. Like us on YouTube, subscribe, all that good stuff. We'll be right back after this commercial with more interviews. We'll see you in just a minute, folks. With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com, and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. Oh, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the International Remote Viewers Association Conference here in Menlo Park, California. Our guest in this segment is John Brandenberg. John Brandenberg is a physicist. Yes. He spent years in the world of physics, as well as remote viewing, and is an author. Let's talk real quick about your journey into remote viewing through physics and how you got involved, with physics to begin with, what branch of physics you studied, and how that led into your world of remote viewing, John.
Well, I came into remote viewing before it was ever called remote viewing. I was raised in a very conservative religious household, and my uncle, William Surrey, had been part of the Manhattan Project, and I adored him. my father was a medical doctor, and we had my uncle who was part of the Manhattan Project during World War II, and I considered he was a magnificent, heroic figure. He climbed Mount Everest. He's been in Antarctica. So he was just a kind of Indiana Jones kind of character in addition to being a physicist. And so I announced to my father at 11 years old that I wanted to be a physicist like Uncle Will. And my father said, "This is wonderful. I wanted you to be a medical doctor like me, but this is okay." And I said, "But I don't know what to work on." I was 11 years old. And I said, "Dad, I don't know what to work on." And he's painting planks for a fence he was putting up. So he's painting, and he just says, "Well, why don't you work on Einstein's unified field theory, unifying gravity and electromagnetism?" He says, that looks like a good problem, and Einstein worked really hard on it and, couldn't make progress, but maybe you will. So he assigned me this problem. In fact, he'd been a veterinarian's assistant. He says, "If you're a dog, it's good to have a big bone to chew on," he says. So I became determined. I felt it was God's destiny that I was going to become a physicist. That was the destiny He had appointed me. So I worked very hard to master, science and math in high school, and finally I went and got a bachelor's degree in physics, and then I ended up in graduate school at Lawrence Livermore National Lab at a place, special graduate school called Teller Tech. I managed to get into.
Wow.
And the leader, the kind of mentor of the whole school was Dr. Edward Teller. So I was part of the nuclear weapons lab kind of experience. We were working on fusion energy.
Oh, wow.
That was what I got my thesis in, and did my doctoral thesis in fusion energy. Worked for a marvelous fellow named Dick Post. And so at the time I was trying to be a real straight shooter, but something else had happened to me. My parents had decided to join a charismatic fundamentalist church, the Holy Gifts Pentecostal, Neo-Pentecostals. And I was skeptical, but I was their oldest child, and I was oldest son. I was trying to show loyalty to my parents, whom I adored. I still do, even though they're passed on. And so even though I was skeptical, I embraced the whole movement. And things that you would, in this meeting, you would call parapsychology kind of phenomena, became just routine in my life. I would have dreams of things that would happen, and then they would happen. I would...
things beyond synchronicity.
Oh, absolutely. Things beyond synchronicity, and it became routine. Now, the other baggage of that movement was the Jim and Tammy Faye Baker kind of... And that was continual. Money, sex... and I kept thinking, and my fiance at the time, she was from a fundamentalist family, even though we weren't fundamentalists when we met each other, but we became them because, I became one and my fiance wanted to be one too. And so I wanted to get through graduate school. And I kept telling her, "Look, we're poor right now. We're poor graduate students. I'm going to get my PhD as quick as I can. I'm going to get a good job, and I'll buy a nice house when we're done with this." And so I wanted to be as straight a shooter as possible. I'd been interested in UFO stuff before the Condon report came out, the closed down Blue Book.
Yeah.
And I just found it was kind of an unspoken thing in the physics community that I was joining, that you just didn't believe in UFOs, that it was all nonsense. And
well, I was going to ask, especially as a fundamentalist Christian, was there anything within your work of physics that conflicted belief-wise?
Well, actually, the thing that being a fundamentalist, you're setting yourself up for, as you get more and more education,
there could be a big tumble.
Several big tumbles.
Yeah,
and I finally I decided to just accept
even the cognitive dissonance of two different stories of creation up against each other can set you up for tumbles.
Absolutely. Chris, you have hit the nail right on the head. I managed to reconcile, and I began graduate school in 1975, as a fundamentalist. And by the time I was done 6.5 years later,
you were done?
I was done. And I was just an Episcopalian.
There you go. Yeah.
An Episcopalian.
Where everything is always in committee.
Everything is done. Yeah. So, as I said, somebody asked us what Episcopalians really believe, and I said, we have a committee study.
That's right.
They'll give a report, and we'll debate the report.
And decide.
But this is just very straightforward Christianity. But anyway, so I remain a Christian, a very strong follower of Jesus Christ. But at the same time, anybody who especially reads my science fiction knows that I know there's another side of life. In fact, I say, well, my stuff reads. The Bible has full of sex and violence, so sure. So is my science fiction.
Yeah,
because that's real life. And so anyway, and then my dear first wife, whom I still care for, she was part Native American, and she decided to embrace Native American religion. She decided to quit being a Christian, and that kind of ended the marriage, unfortunately. Christianity was the glue that kept the marriage together, and finally. But anyway, so I was trying to search, and that was an enormous blow to me. So I found my solace in physics. That was what comforted me and got me through the hard days of living through a divorce.
That's beautiful, actually, John.
Well, thank you. It was a beautiful thing. And we have this beautiful daughter who's now grown up and has given us two beautiful granddaughters, and I'm always concerned about them and the future they're going to face. So I work I've returned to work on nuclear fusion, control fusion, and now gravity modification, because I picked up where I'd left off on gravity theory, studying general relativity and Maxwell's equations and how to mix them together. You add an extra fifth dimension. If you take gravity equations, the equations that give you gravity equations, and then you add a fifth dimension to it that's kind of inert, you suddenly get gravity equations, general relativity, Einstein, and then you get Maxwell's equations. Equations and they just fall out. It's magical. And Einstein helped get this published. He says, "I don't believe this. This hidden dimension stuff. What kind of nonsense is this?" He says, "Hidden dimensions." And then he says, but it's the mathematics is so interesting. I'm going to help you get it published. So it was Kaluza-Klein theory, and it was the foundation of string theory. String theory is now being dismissed as a religious cult. Slightly, in a few ways. But if you just concentrate on the two long-range forces of nature, gravity and electromagnetism.
Absolutely.
And Hal Puthoff has been working very hard on this also, and he's partly my great inspiration that I was on the right track, because his theory has a lot of overlap with mine.
Yeah.
We found that, if space-time, gravity is the curvature of space-time. If the fabric of space-time is electric and magnetic fields, electromagnetism, then gravity and E&M are already kind of unified. And he has been working on that model, and so have I.
Well, and something that we talk about regularly on this show is the idea that we only experience and see as human beings a very slender slice of the actual spectrum that is the universe.
We see the visible
it's like
spectrum.
100, possibly 100.
It cuts off in the ultraviolet, and it cuts off in the infrared, because that's the window where water is transparent, and our eyeballs are full of water. And that is the reason we see the visible spectrum, the rainbow, is because, and that is miraculous.
Yeah.
They don't understand why water is black as ink in the infrared, black as ink in the ultraviolet, and just has a narrow band where you can see for miles through water, clear water.
Yeah.
There's a beautiful place called Crater Lake. Everyone should go see it.
And even magnifying properties and everything else within that range. It's incredible.
In Crater Lake, the water is pure snow water, and it's so clear. You can look down 100 feet and just see it gets bluer and bluer.
Wow.
And finally, you're looking down 100 feet through 100 feet of water, as if it was just window glass.
Now, was it your experience in physics, nuclear physics, things like that? Because, of course, by all rules of physics right now, not only are we sharing an electron shell, but we're sharing one with somebody in Peru.
Yes, we are.
None of this is physical reality. It's actually just a repulsion of electrons by all means of physics.
There's what's called quantum coupling of systems, and if you believe the general relativity, we began with a singularity, an infinity, the Big Bang, and everything is correlated through quantum mechanics from that moment on. So every electron actually is connected to every other electron and proton in the universe by that. And they all share the same space.
And it's at that point in the lesson of physics here, John, that I would like to bring in the world of remote viewing. And was it because I think that is what really sets the scene for the concept of remote viewing. Whether you believe in precognitive remote viewing, whether you're a protocol follower of remote viewing, I think that whether it's the parapsychological or ESP period, even going into the work of Caroline Corey in her movie Superhuman, it's all frequency, and it's all about frequency shift. The same way that Hal Puthoff was talking about yesterday, the blue shift of these objects energetically is what causes the light emission from them. And what causes radiation burns, what causes experiences like the Cash Landrum incident.
Cash Landrum, very familiar with that.
Same here. My family's from Kennefic, Texas, so literally right down the road. It's interesting to see how
complete with government helicopters.
Too. And how did your work in physics open your mind to the concept of remote viewing as we know it now, and the study of that?
What happened to me is I'd become an Episcopalian, which is a far more broad-minded Christianity, where
considerably more allowable.
As a fundamentalist, you think you know everything. You think you read the Bible and understand every verse, or especially what the pastor tells you is...
There's a considerable box that you can even scientifically put yourself in, and not with Schrodinger.
Not with... Schrodinger and his cat are nowhere to be seen in this box.
Absolutely not.
And so being an Episcopalian is kind of free and easy. There's no snap exams on what you actually believe in detail. It's just basic Christianity, and it doesn't try and pose scientific theories as part of the. So what happens? So my view of Christianity became much broader, and what also happened was I became aware of. There's a lot of physics that people don't like to talk about in the physics community. The physics community is no different than any other community. If they understand something really well and they can predict things, they like to talk about that.
Yeah, I was going to ask if your opening of your spirituality actually opened your mind scientifically to new concepts.
It did. It did very much, because when you get away from the fundamentalist movement, suddenly you realize I know next to nothing about anything.
Yeah.
And
that your knowledge is probably right there in the visible spectrum.
It's in the visible spectrum. And there's all the ultraviolet, the RFs, the microwaves.
Yeah.
You're missing all of that. So what happens in some of the explorations of physics, like they found out that if you have Richard Feynman, and Wheeler worked out a theory. They wanted to just track the motion of a single electron in free space. And they found that if they did not, the electron moves along, and as it wiggles, it releases radio waves. That's part of it releases electromagnetic, and that goes forward in time. We're used to that. What they found is that unless you include backwards in time, in other words, messages from the future, every electron, as it turns out, is an oracle of the future. It's receiving messages not only from the past, what happened in Alpha Centauri 4 years ago, it's receiving what's going to happen in Alpha Centauri in 4 years. And that was causality goes right out the window when you do that. And they found that they could not analyze the motion precisely of a single electron.
Because it's unpredictable.
Yes. And it's getting messages not only from the past, things that have happened in the radio waves that were emitted there, and then they've come and are making this electron move. The electron is getting messages from the future.
Even the concept that the electron is conscious, because it has to know that it's being observed in order to be photographed or watched.
That's
the
metaphysical problems of quantum mechanics.
It's mind-numbing to think about.
Oh, it is, and I'm trained as a plasma physicist. We tend not to worry about quantum mechanics, but of course, then when I got into unified field theory,
there's a
quantum
little bit
mechanics
of that.
is staring me in the face. You can't. In fact, that's the reason Einstein was so frustrated. He didn't believe in quantum mechanics. He rejected it.
Yeah.
He said God doesn't play dice with the universe. But
quit telling God what to do.
But then you finally, and I wrote this in a book. I wrote a book on metaphysics called Cosmic Jesus. I was trying to explain to fundamentalists that the extraterrestrial life doesn't violate the
Absolutely.
Bible. It's in fact it's deeply compatible with.
It's more compatible than anything else. Even the Catholic Church has come out and said that.
I know that. That's because they read the Bible in Greek. Everybody else reads the fundamentalists read it in King James. And so what happens is. You have, so I wrote this book and I said, God may not play dice with the universe, as Einstein said, but he does own a casino.
He is the house. He is the house.
He is the house. And you then ask, how did he end up owning this fine casino? And that's a story in itself I'm not going to get into. But what happened is that you finally, your feelings of spirituality and kind of what you call parapsychology merge with these things on the very frontiers of physics. The Wheeler-Feynman discussion basically says every electron in your brain is receiving messages from the future. So no wonder some people who are sensitive to that can pick up those images.
And even how we are starting to discover now that some people have allergies to RF. Yes. Some people are incredibly in tune to that.
Well, we're filling the air around us with all sorts of Wi-Fi,
absolutely,
broadband, 5G, everything.
Buildings actively showing fatigue 20 years early from Wi-Fi. Things like that.
It's not gamma rays, but it is electromagnetic radiation, and it shakes.
It's vibration.
It's vibration. So
you're vibrating things around you millions of times per second.
And I became also fascinated with science fiction because I realized that science fiction writers seem to be taking images and dialogue from the future and turning it into novels. There's like Jules Verne, Voyage to the Moon. They launched their ship from Florida.
Yeah.
The ship is made out of aluminum, which in those days was more precious than gold. When he wrote for Earth to the Moon, it's almost the same dimensions as the size of the command module for Apollo you saw on Apollo 13.
Absolutely.
And so science fiction writers, that's kind of my method of doing RV, is I get stories and images, dialogue, and I write it down. And so I wrote a novel called The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up. And then also my most recent novel, which is the final of a cycle of 5 novels involving the same characters and their life stories, is called The War of the Singularity, because I was exposed to the people believing that they're going to create these super intelligent AIs, and the language of, words to me are very important. Words have deeper meaning than just what they sound like.
It was all spoken into being.
It's all spoken into being. In the beginning was the Word, and the words. So their words are important.
That's
in the
right.
Bible. And so it's the Logos, as they call it, in the ancient Greek.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was recuperating from getting COVID. I almost died. By the grace of God, I'm still here, and the prayers of my friends. And I mentioned my former sister-in-law. She's basically my sister. So she's a beloved person. She's a shaman, and she saw when I was unconscious in the hospital. I was in a coma. She saw me walking down a corridor in the hospital towards the light, and then being turned back.
Oh wow!
And then she couldn't be down in Texas, but she was hearing constantly how I was doing for my family, because our families became very close, and she's kind of adopted part of the family, or part of my family. And she said, right after I had that vivid dream, I heard you were getting better. You'd recovered. You'd woken up from the coma.
Wow.
And we were asking, how did I get here? Where's my car?
Now, in our last few minutes, Joe, because we do have to get ready for lunch here in just a minute, I'd like to talk about your experiences remote viewing, especially the fact that in the world of UFO, UAP disclosure, things like that, even disclosure of directed energy weapons that the government has denied for years existed.
Oh, yes. Well, I worked on all of that stuff.
Well, it's one of those things that, like I told you before the interview, we have quite a community of targeted individuals on this show. And to see now that Havana syndrome is being recognized, despite the fact that we used microwave-activated bugs in embassies across the world since 1968.
They probably showed it to some guy in some departments, some compartments, and he said, "Oh yeah, we've seen this before."
Remote viewing wise, what do you see for as far as disclosure with UFO UAP technology? Is it the fact that it's us gaming our technology against known quantitatives of our own technology?
No. We're
from recovered technology, of course.
As a scientist, I have to believe in extraterrestrial life simply because
the numbers are there.
The numbers are there, and there's nothing. We've found many clones of Earth. There's certainly stars like the sun out there. And we're going to start finding as our telescopes get better. We're going to start seeing oceans on other planets.
Oh, absolutely.
And once you see an ocean, it's alive. And that's the first thing you'll spot, when you come into the soldier. But like when I first, I rejected all the UFO stuff because I was trying to be a straight shooter. I got involved in Mars work, which is extraterrestrial intelligence and the ruins of a dead civilization. found out there was nuclear weapons signature on Mars. I was told that by nuclear weapons people.
Wow.
And I reported it to the Pentagon.
We've got to have you. That's a whole episode in and of itself.
That's a whole episode.
Wow.
But, and quite frankly, when I reported it to the Pentagon, they sat on it for 6 weeks. And they got back to me through channels. And they said, publish. They told me, publish it.
Wow.
Yes. So,
wow.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's
incredible.
factions that want disclosure to happen. They want the human race, fundamentalists and everybody, to get used to the idea we're not alone.
And that's why the 9 theologians were a big part of the NASA study that was funded.
Oh, well, and I'll tell you also something. One of the most vivid remote viewing experiences I had was when the people who were interested in Mars were also a lot from the UFO community.
Yeah.
Because it was evidence for extraterrestrial intelligence. And so I suddenly got funneled all of this stuff, like John Lear's secret history about the UFO, and the MJ-12 documents arrived through my door slot. I was terrified because they were marked classified, so I went and actually tried to turn them into the FBI, and they wouldn't take them. They told me, they're junk, destroy them. And I said, well,
I don't think so.
I don't have authority to do that. In fact, there was a woman, I was talking on the phone with the FBI, local FBI office in Washington, D.C. I was down at the J. Edgar Hoover building I said, look, I got the stuff in the mail. This looks deeply classified to me, and I got it in the mail. Take it. And they said, oh, no, we can't take it. We don't have the safes for it. We don't have the proper facilities to store material like that. And I said, this is crazy. And so this woman was following me with this clipboard taking notes. And she says, call the local FBI office and see if they'll come and pick it up. The local Washington, D.C. So I got on the phone and I called the local, and I said, I got these look like classified documents in the mail. I don't know what to do with them. This is a breach. Their markings look like they're compartmentalized top secret. And the guy says, what do they talk about? And I said, it's a briefing for the president's eyes, crash flying saucers. The guy says, oh, they're junk. You're junk. Burn them. Throw them away. And I said, no.
Oh, my gosh.
I turned to the lady with the clipboard, and I said, these people are not going to come pick this stuff up, and I am not leaving this building with these documents. And she had her clipboard, and she was writing it. So I dropped all of the stuff on her clipboard, and then I walked out of the building like this, backwards.
Wow.
Hands up. Don't try and give them back to me. They sent them back to me through the mail.
Wow.
Saying, we've examined these documents, and no program that we have jurisdiction over seems to have been violated.
Oh.
I thought, oh my God.
That you have jurisdiction over.
And one of the really vivid remote viewing things it was all about Roswell. And I kept getting this image of this very teardrop-shaped gun turret with 450 caliber machine guns sticking out of it. And I kept thinking, why do I get obsessed with that image? And then I finally realized from my younger days as a model airplane builder, plastic models, when I was a kid. It's the roof turret for a Black Widow night fighter. So they lost 2 UFOs over 2 saucers over Roswell. It's now been, one crashed near Roswell, the other crashed about 100 miles away, Socorro. And you think, and all of the nuclear weapons on Earth were stored at Roswell at the time.
Yeah.
All 5 nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
With the bombers to carry them. And the guys at the base knew nothing about the UFO thing. But I kept getting this image of this teardrop turret, and I realized, it was a shoot down.
Wow.
And the turret belongs to an airplane called the P-61 Black Widow. It was painted jet black. And they probably had veteran crews from World War II. World War II had only ended 2 years before. And they had them orbiting Roswell. That's my theory. And when I saw that, suddenly I realized the whole plane that went with it, I thought,
wow,
that's why you would lose you send this stuff from 40 light years from here to investigate all our nuclear weapons on Earth stored at Roswell and lose 2 saucers in one night.
Yeah.
That's, as the heroine in my novel says, losing 1 saucer, that's a tragedy, but losing 2 begins to look like incompetence.
Yeah.
She's very cerebral. She's Asian American and thinks, she's very thoughty.
Well, John,
her blonde friend is, they really screwed up. and they find out that they find the crew this is in my novel.
Yeah.
So I put it in the novel. But I still think and I got that vivid image of this teardrop shaped turret, and it was a very effective night. It had a big radar dish in the nose.
Yeah.
Most people are not aware of how advanced our technology got towards the end of World War II.
Yeah. Rapidly.
Very rapidly. And they were based out of Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, about 100 miles away from Roswell. So they would have been orbiting.
Yeah.
Guarding our nuclear weapons stockpile.
Wow.
And because they were seeing UFOs everywhere. And the person who wrote The Day After Roswell, I can't remember what his name is. But anyway, he talked about that the U.S. government marshaled all its counterintelligence forces. They knew we were under surveillance. They treated it as a military threat. And so they had all this stuff concentrated in Mexico to guard Roswell.
Wow.
They were guarding it. And so this is what happened, I believe. But imagine if you find out in one moment, not only are people here scoping out our nuclear weapons, they're scoping out how strong we are, what kind of nuclear weapons, but they're not bulletproof. They're not bulletproof. So this aura they try to make that we're so advanced, we're invincible,
Yeah.
That's not true at all.
A facade.
It's a bluff. It's a bluff. There's bluffing.
Well,
and one of the reasons we're still having this conversation is, I believe, is that we developed this enormous stockpile of nuclear weapons during the Cold War. And according to the guy who wrote The Day After Roswell, I can't remember his name, but he said one of the reasons the Russians and the United States both built such enormous stockpiles, enough to make every city on Earth destroyed 10 times over.
Oh, yeah.
Was to prevent an invasion from outer space.
Wow.
The house was wired with dynamite. Come on in.
Yeah. Feel free.
Sit down on the sofa, while I adjust this wiring. And, so there at least was... Most of the universe is very friendly to us. That's what I've heard. Views us either with amusement or benign indifference. But there's a few other species out there that actually would like this planet because it's a beautiful little planet with lots of water. It's very fertile. And so the government has had to deal with an extraterrestrial threat.
Wow.
Existence classified. That's all I know. And I wrote it as science fiction.
Well,
I wrote everything I wrote a science fiction novel where I incorporated a lot of stuff I'd heard as rumors around the coffee machine and in the hallway when I worked for the various space intelligence agencies. And I actually asked them, I said, I'm going down to Florida to teach at the University of Central Florida, and I'm giving up my clearances because I don't want to be in a university environment and have all these top secret clearances.
Yeah, have to be read into everything.
Oh, I can't take that responsibility.
Yeah.
And I said, but I heard some interesting stuff around the coffee machine. I was wondering if you'd mind if I put it into a science fiction novel. And to my surprise, they said, well, sure, John, we always liked your reports. If you write a science fiction novel about this, as long as it's science fiction, science fiction,
that's it.
We'll read it.
Well, let everybody know where they can go to get their copy of The War of the Singularity, where they can go to find out more about your life, your work, your research, everything else, John.
Chris, well, it's a great. Thank you for interviewing me.
Absolutely.
This novel, The War of the Singularity, is the last of a cycle of novels involving the same three characters. It's a love-hate triangle. It's this little soap opera, you know. I've become very concerned about this AI research aimed at trying to make a super intelligent computer, and people are talking about uploading themselves into this computer.
Yeah.
And this is the singularity, and the singularity. People say, "Oh, Brandenberg, you don't know anything about computing science. You're just a user of computers." And I said, "Well, the whole concept of the technological singularity that concept comes from a physicist, not a computer science geek."
Yeah.
And he viewed it would be he had lived through the Holocaust and World War II and the birth of the hydrogen bomb, you know, mutual assured destruction. His name is John von Neumann. He came up with the concept of technology, and he viewed it would be a catastrophe for the human race. That civilization as we knew might end.
Yeah.
And the AI community has picked this up as a buzzword. They don't really know its origins, and they don't know its implications.
Yeah.
And so I've written this book, which explores a nightmare scenario in the future involving AI. So,
and the book is available where?
Amazon.com.
All right.
And I wrote it as I saw it. I was like I was seeing a movie. I was seeing all these strong images, dialogue, and I wrote it down. And it's a possible future. It's not. We're facing possible alternative futures.
We've got a lot of choices in front of us right now.
I myself am an optimist. I believe the future will look like Star Trek. Singularity be damned.
Yeah, yeah.
The human race is going to be like Star Trek.
Yeah.
And either the original or Next Generation or both. I had a crush on Lieutenant Uhura. She was, in the early ones. And, I like Nurse Chapel too, but and then of course they have that gorgeous woman who's the psychic on Next Generation.
Yes.
And Captain Picard, of course, doesn't have any hair like me, that's good. He's made bald look sexy.
That's it.
And I very much enjoy those things, and I believe that will be what the human future looks like.
Well,
including Data, who's a benign piece of artificial intelligence, and he feels angst.
Yeah,
just like any human being.
That's right.
He's not just a machine.
Yeah.
He's much more than that. And I believe that's what the future will look like for the human race, especially because we will actualize that. We will self-actualize it. I'm trying to self-actualize it by my fiction, to tell you the truth.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time on this very busy IRVA conference here at Menlo. It's been amazing. It's been fantastic. Some great speakers, great presentations. We're going to go eat lunch. Then we're going to have a viewing of your new film. So thank you once again for your time. While you're online getting your copy of John Brandenberg's books, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can find books from our guests. We have a new music section there with meditation music, as well as a new album specifically for targeted individuals. So stop on by and check all that out. CuriousRealm.com. Stay tuned. We will have more interviews and coverage coming to you from IRVACon here in Menlo Park, California. We'll be right back.
Wish you could all be here.
Absolutely. With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the International Remote Viewing Association Conference here in Menlo Park, California. We are so entirely honored to be welcoming literally a legend in the world of remote viewing, Lynn Buchanan. He is the author of The Seventh Sense, The Secret of Remote Viewing is Told by a Psychic Spy for the U.S. Military. Many people in our audience are probably aware of your work over the many years with things like Project Stargate.
Yeah.
Let's start off the conversation here with how you came into and became aware of remote viewing to begin with.
Remote viewing?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, have you ever seen the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats?
Absolutely.
Okay. In the scene, it shows Lynn as killing the computers, and then later it shows him as killing the goat. I didn't kill the goat. I did kill the computers.
Oh, wow.
And as I understand, about $50 million worth of computers.
Wow.
And General Stubblebine, who was the head of the Intelligence and Security Command, got wind of it because he had people trained to look for these events. And so I realized what had happened, and I was keeping quiet about it. But there was one of these trained people who happened to see it happen and went back and told General Stubblebine. Well, about a month later, he came out to the field station there in Germany to install a new commander. And guy came in to me and said, "You're Sergeant Buchanan. The general wants to see you go in there." Man, I must have really screwed up this.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I went into the commander's office, the waiting room, and sat there. And General Stubblebine and the brand new commander came in. And Bert, General Stubblebine, I became really good friends later. Bert stopped. I was standing there at attention. He looked at my name tag, and there was my rank on my shoulder, and he said, "Are you Sergeant Buchanan?" And I felt like saying, "Well, duh." Yes, sir. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. And he said, "Follow me." You follow the general. He grabbed my arm and pushed me in front of him, which is absolute no protocol.
Yeah.
We got into the new commander's office, and the new commander was following the general. General Stubblebine turned around to the new commander and said, "I need to talk to Sergeant Buchanan. Get out." The new commander looked at me, and I knew what list I was going to be on from then on. And so he left. General Stubblebine, I was standing at attention. He got up in my face and he said, "Did you kill my computers with your mind?" And I thought, I can't say what I thought, but I could see my great-grandkids paying for computers, and I thought, I've got to lie about this. And I said, "Yes, sir, I did." And this grin came across his face, and if you've ever seen The Men Who Stare at Goats, that was exactly the grin that came across General Stubblebine's face.
Wow.
He said, "Far effing out have I ever got a job for you."
Wow.
And he took me back to D.C. to start a unit that would mentally kill enemy computers, with the end goal of controlling their computers so that if they fired a missile at us, we could make it turn around and go back or drop it into the sea. And
sure.
We could put false information into the computers and all that.
Disable arming systems while in air, things like that.
He had this very grandiose plan about doing it, and I'm here to tell you it would have been possible.
Wow.
We could have done it. And Congress, he had to run it through Congress to get funding. Congress said, "That's mice of mind control. We don't do that." Because back in the 60s, they get caught doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
church committee hearings.
And so they just shut him down on that idea. So there I was in D.C., no assignment.
Wow.
So he took me out to Fort Meade
to the remote viewing unit and took me into this old ramshackle building that was just a sort of a dump of a building, you know. It was an abandoned building, really. And they took me in and read me on. Now, reading you on is where they hand you a sheet of paper, and that paper tells you what the unit really does, not what they tell the public.
Yeah,
it does. And you read it, and down at the bottom, you know, if you reveal this to anyone, it's $10,000 fine, 10 years in jail, and all that. And I read it, and I thought, I'm on candid camera here. You know, Army didn't do this. I signed it. And over the next couple of weeks, I watched the guys in the unit, and they were doing it. And I mean, getting fantastically accurate information about any enemy installments, any enemy plans for the next day of battle, and all this other stuff. And it was accurate. And I thought, must be possible, but I'm not going to do this. I don't know how to do this, you know. Mm. And so they started me in on a training program. I learned it, and I took to it like a duck to water. I loved it. Wow. Since I was about 12 years old, I've had this PK ability. When I get mad, you've heard of poltergeist kids? Mm. Actually, that's very common among young children, extremely common.
Sure.
The only ones you hear about are the ones with mental problems.
Yeah.
They're the only ones that get the press. But it's very common, and I was one of the poltergeist kids. And so I'd been suppressing it all my life. Mm. One of the men in the unit, one of the men in the unit, a guy named Skip Atwater, after it had before I really started my intense training, took me over to the operations building, and he sat me down and he said, look at the molding around the room. And I did. He said, now look at the molding around the ceiling here. And I did. And he said, I want you to know something, and don't forget it. In this room, it's okay to be psychic. And felt like a weight was lifted off my shoulder. You know, I'd spent years trying to hide all this and all. And I thought, this is great. And they started teaching me the remote viewing, and I loved it. It was what I'd always wanted to do.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I was going to ask, because this is a question that I asked Deborah Lynn Katz when I had her on the show.
Yeah.
Is it presupposed that somebody? I am a firm believer in the fact that we all have these abilities. Oh, yeah. We all have psychic ability.
Yeah.
It's kind of like running. Some people are more naturally apt to it. They've got a different gait.
Absolutely.
Some people, it may take a little bit more effort to get up to competition speed. You know, but is it the fact that you have to be psychic and have psychically honed abilities in order to remote view?
No.
Okay.
You already have those abilities. One time, Russell Targ came up to me and he said, you're telling people that remote viewing can make you psychic. And I said, no, I've never said that. You already are psychic. The remote viewing that Inga Swan did really has nothing to do with being psychic. It's an interview and report process where you interview your own subconscious mind and you report the information accurately as your subconscious gives it to you. Any interviewer could learn the CRV process and become a greater interviewer because it's interview and report. And it so happens that at the subconscious level, you're very psychic. And so I went through this process of learning this methodology, and there I was drawing floor plans of buildings halfway around the world.
Wow.
Predicting Saddam Hussein's plans for the next day of battle, predicting troop movements. One of the drawbacks to it, I predicted that if they drive Saddam Hussein north, he's going to burn those oil fields. Drive him straight west and then north. And they said, no, they drove him straight north. And you've seen the pictures of all the oil fields going up, you know.
Yeah.
So the military had us there as a unit because they knew we did well. But our information went into a big melting pot of all the intelligence services and quite often got ignored, usually for bad results. But this was one where they ignored what we said.
Yeah.
And
well, and not many people realize that operationally it may not have been under the same name, Project Stargate, but the program itself went on well into the 90s.
It had started in the 60s, and actually it went under 7 different names.
Wow.
But every time it leaked out and there was a remote viewing unit, they canceled and disbanded the unit completely. And the next day, we would go back to work, and they'd say, here's the new project you're in, and we'd continue it.
Yeah, here's your new read-in.
Here's your new read-in.
Absolutely. And that's something that is a pretty standard practice in the military. I mean, the prime example would be the reclassification of UFO to UAP.
That's right, yeah.
And literally, people were filing FOIA requests for like 5 years, 10 years, and they're like, sorry, we do not investigate UFOs.
We don't.
Because they don't. They investigate UAPs.
That's right.
And it gives them perfect permission to flip that cause every few years.
Oh, yeah.
Now, how long did you spend in the military program?
In the remote viewing program?
Yeah, in the remote viewing program. Because you were, of course, a military service member prior to your involvement with the remote viewing program.
Nobody ever asked what I did before the unit, and I'm glad. But I was there about 8.5 years.
Now I kind of want to ask you what you did before the unit.
I was an intelligence agent.
Okay.
Just leave it at that.
That is all that need be said.
Yeah.
Because we cannot be read onto that.
No.
And now, let's flash forward a little bit, because after your years of involvement with this, once you left the military, you actually started your own consulting firm, using remote viewing in the remote viewing protocols and techniques for all kinds of things.
I got out and started doing work for one of the Beltway Bandits. Do you know what that is?
Explain it to the audience.
Okay. A Beltway Bandit is one of the computer companies that line up their offices around the Beltway and charge the government, $2,000 for every line of code, and they're bandits. I mean, they just steal the government money for these programs that any teenager could write. And so I went to work as a programmer for one of the Beltway Bandits. And about 2 years afterwards is when they declassified the fact that the military had been using remote viewers.
Yeah, that the Stargate program actually came public.
And that's when people found out that during my 8.5 years there, I had become the trainer. And so I started getting all of these phone calls and messages and everything else. I want training. And it was declassified, so I could do that. And I had been secretly working the assigned witness program for the police.
Oh, wow.
And so that became public, too. The assigned witness program, I was talking to a detective one day, and he was asking all these questions and all. And I said, look, what is it you really need? He said, I need a witness. And I said, I can assign one. And all of a sudden he said, oh, that's what you do. And I said, Yeah. And I started the assigned witness program working for police departments. And so anyway, it became public. I had been traveling almost 2 hours into D.C. to go to work every day, 2 hours coming home, working an 8 to 10 hour shift in D.C. at the Defense Intelligence Agency. And I was getting all these calls for training. And I thought, I can do that at home.
Yeah, right? Don't have to go 2 hours every day.
So I just walked in and said, I quit.
Wow.
And I started teaching at home, started my own company, developed the controlled remote viewing database that is for all controlled remote viewers, and never looked back.
Wow.
And I'm glad.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Good for you. With that in mind, let's start talking a little bit about the process of remote viewing, because of course you brought up controlled remote viewing.
Controlled remote viewing.
There is, for those in the audience that don't know, there's the concept of CRV, controlled remote viewing, and precognitive remote viewing. So
there's
and numerous speckles in the spectrum between. Even today, hearing people talk about using remote viewing to play the ponies or sports.
Cryptocurrency.
Using remote viewing to spot trends in crypto. Things like that. It's really interesting to see all of the applications. But what is the process and the protocols?
Okay. When you hear remote viewing, that is generally any psychic method that used to be called psychic is now called remote viewing.
Okay.
The controlled remote viewing was a development by a man named Ingo Swann, who developed it for the military. And he developed this method because the military wanted to grab a soldier out of every unit, train them to do this, whether they'd ever had any experience or not, send them back to their units so they could tell the commander
in the field,
where to point the guns, things like that.
Yeah. And if intelligence is accurate or... Absolutely.
And they found out that training was too extensive and all that to do that, so they formed this unit where they trained remote viewers who would work for all the units, all the units and all. And so that's the unit they put me into. And the controlled remote viewing is, the military wants everything uniform and standardized.
Yeah.
And so Ingo developed this.
Got to be able to be in a manual.
Oh, yeah. Ingo developed this highly standardized, formalized method for interviewing your subconscious mind. And the thing is, it was never meant for psychics. It was meant to grab a dumb soldier off the battlefield and teach him how to do it.
Wow.
And so CRV was never meant for natural psychics.
For intuitives and
and so if you have the natural psychic ability already, and then you're better at it.
Sure,
because you have that extra talent that's come out. However, if you have and you've developed your own methodology, we have to untrain you from your method, and that before we train you into the other.
Well, sure. Because you've got to be able to have a quantifiable result.
That's right, yeah. And so it's databaseable. It's proven in the laboratory. It was developed in the laboratory, and it works. And it can be taught to anybody. It's a formalized method of interviewing your psychic subconscious mind and reporting purely what you get without jumping to conclusions or anything else like that. A natural psychic will say something like, I don't know what the target is, but it's red, it's round, it's rubbery. and this beach ball, let me tell you about this beach ball,
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, and it's never a beach ball, And the example we give, a psychic will say, it looks like a horse, it smells like a horse, and, it sounds like a horse and all this. And this racetrack that we're on here, it's a zebra out in the Serengeti,
Yeah.
But the minute they say horse, they jump to a conclusion, and they're wrong.
Yeah. And that brings up, I think, a really important point. How important is it, I guess, to be dispassionate, even when interviewing one's own subconscious?
It's good for accuracy.
Okay.
Now, when the target is a person, it becomes especially important. We have a lot of people who say, I want to learn remote viewing so I can help bring home missing kids. And those are about the only student applicants that I kind of try to talk out of it. And I tell them, you access a child that's been abducted, molested, murdered.
Yeah, are you ready for that trauma in your own head?
Are you ready for that? And all of a sudden they have second thoughts. Now, the thing is, in the teaching methodology we teach you to protect yourself from such emotions and things like that so that you can be dispassionate.
Yeah, because you've got to have that emotional disconnect, just like being a paranormal investigator. I'm sorry, folks, but if you watch paranormal investigation shows, you don't look at evidence while you're on site.
Right.
You just don't. You are caught up in the adrenalized moment. You could totally misinterpret any footage.
All of those shows all of those shows are recreations anyway.
And it's interesting though, because when you're talking. I was having a conversation with a remote viewer outside last night, and I asked her the honest question because I interview a lot of clairvoyants, I interview a lot of psychics, things like that. And I was like, do you treat yourself as a horse and put blinders on? I myself would be, I guess, what most people would call empathic, where I can walk into a room and spot the person that probably needs somebody to talk to. And it's hard for me to be in a highly energized environment whenever I'm working as an AV engineer, or because people are like, "Didn't you run sound for bands for 20 years?" I'm like, yeah, but my focus is on the energy between me and the band on stage.
Right. Yeah.
It's not on these 85 people around me whose energy is muddling me up. What is it like for you as a remote viewer to deal with that? And do you have to buffer yourself walking into public spaces? Okay,
here is a long, complex answer to a simple question. Okay. When you're learning, your tendency is to get involved with all of these distractions and everything else. And so it's in the training that you learn to protect yourself. And so in the beginning, when we're training people, we never tell them what the target is. And we have a monitor that if they start getting emotionally involved, the monitor will distract them or make them take breaks or something like that. And the monitor knows how to guide them through these things and get them away from
walk them back from the emotional response.
This is why you don't want a remote viewer training you. You want a controlled remote viewer training you, because we have trained monitors.
Sure.
And so as you learn and you get experience, you got a couple of years of experience doing all these targets, pretty soon it gets to where we can tell you what the target is, tell you about the question and all that, that's needed to know.
Yeah.
But then guide you to the unknown. And you have developed such a discipline that you don't let all that knowledge cloud your viewing. But now that takes years of experience. It takes training. and all that. But you'll hear them say, never let the viewer know what the target is. And we further that because everybody says, oh, I can do that, and they can't, because they don't have the experience.
Yeah, and how, especially just to loop back to the conversation of preparing someone and asking them, is that really what you want? Do you really, are you sure you're prepared for the repercussion on yourself? At what point do you professionally consider a viewing invasive? When viewing a person, do you have a cutoff personally where it's like, okay, I'm supposed to remote view this person, but at what point do you go, okay, now we've gotten too personal? I'm not going to view the girls' shower room. Stuff like that. Yeah, sure.
But you have a task to do, and so. Let me give you an example.
Please.
There was a facility, I won't say where, that was highly classified and seemed to be fully protected from psychics, even remote viewers, controlled remote viewers. And there were no way to get ground agents in, no way to bribe anybody that worked there and all that. It was more protected than Area 51, but it was a facility. So they had given the project to different people. They'd failed. And so came my turn, and I failed. And I thought, well, now, wait a minute. I'm going to assign myself. The place has to have a manager. We didn't know who it was and all. So I tasked myself, access the manager. And just describe the manager. Found out that he had a son that he was very proud of. And so that's when I went into the thing that we were forbidden to do, but I did anyway. And that was remote influencing. And I got him.
Next question.
Yeah. I got him sort of daydreaming about the fact that he could never show his son what his daddy did. And so what if they had a father-son day at that facility, and I got him daydreaming about taking his son through the facility and showing him what daddy does and all this other stuff. And so he was sitting in his office daydreaming about what he would show his son, and I was at Fort Meade taking notes.
Wow.
And that's how we found the information.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And the concept of remote influencing.
That crosses the line,
Yeah.
But we needed the information.
Sure.
And
prime example, like you said, of a real personal and ethical quandary when it comes to using your ability.
If it saves lives, I'm not going to have any quandary at all.
Sure. Yeah. Especially in a military sense, in a military application.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to remote viewing, is it the fact that sensations come to you? How does the process personally work for you on the inside?
Like Len? I say, it is an interview and report process. The CRV is.
Okay.
Now, with remote viewing, you sit there and they say, just let it happen. Let what happen? What do I do?
I could let my imagination run a million ways.
Oh, and it will.
Yeah.
In the remote viewing process, you learn how to cue your subconscious mind for certain specific bits of information. This is why you can draw the floor plans of a building you don't even know exists, but it's over there somewhere. It's how you can, we say we can copy documents that are locked in safes. You do it one letter at a time. It may take you a month to do one paragraph.
Wow.
But we can do it.
God, I can't imagine losing your place in that.
Yeah. And, but the thing is, we learn how to cue our subconscious mind for specific bits of information. And whether they make sense or not, you report exactly what you get.
Yeah.
And then you may finish a session and you look at it and it's total garbage. You know, you can't make any sense of it at all. So it passes to a CRV analyst who understands symbology, allegorical information, and, you know, and all this, and has learned how. He's trained CRV analyst. They can go through and look at what appears to even the viewer to be garbage and come up with a highly accurate bit of intelligence about an enemy facility and things like that. You know?
Wow. Now, a couple of hard questions regarding specifically remote viewing and the remote viewing community. Because, as we said, there's speckles of a spectrum of remote viewing that pass through all kinds of community. Where do you fall on remote viewing things like Mars?
Been there, done that. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And
that's sort of a pun. Been there on viewing it, you know. But there comes a time when, you know how you were saying you focus on the band?
Yeah.
And the crowd around you just goes away?
Yeah.
There comes a time when your concentration in a remote viewing session is so highly focused and you get so interested that the room around you just doesn't exist anymore. And it's called, first of all, bilocation or perfect sight integration. And it gets to where you cannot tell you're not at the target.
Wow.
You're not at the target, but you don't know that because the information that's coming to you from your subconscious mind, you can feel the wind on your face, you can smell the smells in the air, you can feel the sunshine and all this, and hear all the noises and everything else, you know. And so on something like that, when it gets that intense, you can say, been there, done that. The first time that ever happened to me was when they gave me Mars. And I, you know,
what were you?
I was never on Mars, okay?
Sure.
But everything inside of me says, I've been there. I've done that.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what was your tasked viewing for Mars?
Oh, it was find evidence of life. And I did. And I wound up.
What did you find?
I found some actual living beings, but they were just worm-like things, not intelligent beings.
Okay.
And I was inside this sort of a chamber, and I noticed some stairs going up and out. And so I went up the stairs, found myself in a hallway, and when I remote view, I always take my shoes off. It's habit, you know. I'm a Texas boy, you know.
Connection.
And, oh, yeah. And the sand was under my feet, and down at the end of this hallway was an opening. And so I walked down to the end of the opening, leaned out, and noticed that the side of the building was humongous and sloped. And I looked out. The sun was very dim, and I could see these just crumbled, and you could tell they were structures, but they were so eroded and all this, and got their location from that point. And I reported that. And they said, okay, and didn't give me any feedback. They said, yeah, it sounds like you were viewing Mars. You know, that was a successful practice session.
Okay.
I was out in California at SRI, and they had a picture on the wall, which at one time was highly classified. And it was of the Sedona region. And, you know, our satellites can read your license plate from 250 miles up.
Yeah, yeah.
But it can't get a sharp picture of a mountain. Come on.
Yeah.
And they had a sharp picture of the Sedona region, very sharp. And here was this sort of pyramidal structure over to the side. And I looked, and there's a small opening on the side of there.
Wow.
And I thought, been there, done that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Len, that is incredible. And once again, just to consider the fact that by all physics, it's all connected. So the traversing of that, what does that do to you? How wearing is a viewing session, especially one of that caliber and distance?
It's different for each viewer. I know Joe McMoneagle gets ravenously hungry. Other people may get sleepy or tired. I get energetic. At the end of a session, I want to go do something. You know? And different people have different reactions to the remote viewing, you know, as they get trained and experienced. But generally there is a reaction. And there are some targets that no matter how much you protect yourself, you'll be affected by them, you know.
Yeah.
Battlefield situations. One of the things about those kind of targets, we have methods to help you get rid of your emotions, get rid of the bad feelings and the bad memories and, you know, the bad emotional reactions and all that. But you can never get rid of the memory.
Yeah.
You always remember what you saw. Yeah.
I was gonna ask, how close is that to literally PTSD? You know,
it can get pretty close. Yeah,
that's pretty intense. And like we're saying, especially whenever you're looking for lost and missing, abused children, stuff like that. That is a swath of energy that you're dealing with.
After service, I got a thing for a police department in another country. There were missing children, and there was this. I did session after session after session, found this terrorist group that was abducting children and using them for slaves, sex slaves, service slaves, and all that, and not taking care of them. And when the children got to where they couldn't serve, they used them to train their new recruits to get used to shooting people, killing people. And they would use them for target practice.
Wow.
And the police kept, you know, giving me more and more retaskings until they finally found the place and stopped them. And, that I still, you know, you can't forget it.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah.
I imagine. And that is something that we've really deeply gotten into over the last few months on this show, Len, is the other side, the flip side of the coin to any paranormal experience, whether it's a ghost experience, you know, experience seeing a UFO, UAP, Bigfoot experiences, whatever, is you think you want that experience. Go through and read the experience reports.
Oh, yeah.
Come back to me again. When,
that's the same
when
thing.
you find an 80 percentile that's really good and happy, you let me know.
Oh, yeah. That's the same thing. You know, I went through the experience and I have all the memories. So did the soldiers that went in. Wow. And, you know, they went through the same experience. Yeah. They have the same memories. And so, it's... you know, it's what you sign up for.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you don't want those experiences, don't sign up for it.
Yeah. Yeah. And it is something that, you've got to be mentally prepared for.
Oh, yeah.
No different than going into a war zone yourself.
Yeah. Well, this is why soldiers get trained, and this is why controlled remote viewers get trained. And listen, the training is just ultimately important. And this is one of the drawbacks of the remote viewing that you find on the internet. They don't train you for this. And also, one of the things that I resent about it is some new person will find they have psychic ability, maybe for dowsing maps. And so they look for information, and there is a tremendous amount of good information and good training on dowsing. And yet they get told, no, that's remote viewing. You have to learn to remote view.
Yeah.
And it's not what they want at all.
Yeah.
And so now then it's become the umbrella, and everybody's getting funneled into remote viewing. And we're losing good dowsers. We're losing good scryers. And
you are literally muddying the waters of remote viewing research.
Absolutely. Yeah.
While at the same token.
Yeah.
And that's a really interesting twist to put on that. At this point in the history of remote viewing, we're celebrating 50 years. Like, that is what this conference is. It's the 50-year anniversary. And to know that these programs have been going on that long, that people like you have been involved in the field for just about that long.
Just about 37 years now. I've been doing it. I've been teaching. Yeah, 37 years.
And how do you take on a student? For those that are, and granted, I'm not inviting everybody to contact you and come be a student. Definitely go to his website. We'll get to that in a minute. Go register and buy programs, things like that. But what can people do to prepare themselves to find an instructor?
I generally tell people, back when computers were coming in, the first question was, what do you want it for?
Yeah.
Same with remote viewing. What do you want it for? I want to win the lottery. Okay, you don't want CRV. You want ARV. And so I'll funnel them over to an ARV teacher. I want to find treasures. Okay, I can teach you that, no problem. I want to save missing kids. That's when I sit them down and say,
sure?
Really?
You sure?
And so, it's instructor ethics. I could say, pay me money and whatever you want.
No, you could take money hand over fist.
Yeah, and I personally can't do that. I can't do that.
Well, you've got to make sure that, number one, you've got the bandwidth to be able to give that person the proper attention that they need.
That's right.
As an instructor.
Yeah.
And number two, you've got to make sure that they are prepared and ready for the steps.
That's right.
That it takes to get into a program and commit to a program.
Yeah.
Because it's just like any good prayer or meditation regimen or exercise regimen. It is something that you have to dedicate yourself to daily.
Oh, yeah.
And what do you recommend as far as those daily preparations for remote viewing for those that are out there getting ready to practice?
We have 3 rules. Practice, practice, practice.
I love it.
Yeah. No, but like somebody comes and they say, I want to learn remote viewing because I want to find out what happened to my uncle. They want to learn remote viewing over 10 years of time to answer one question. I say, you don't want remote viewing. You want a remote viewer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to task somebody is what you want.
Yeah. And so, I try to funnel them and in the process, I find out who the people are who really want to do the work, how disciplined they are, and all that. By the way, people who study martial arts. make good remote viewers not because of talent, but because they're disciplined.
Yeah.
They will do the practice. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you were getting a phone call, I believe.
I am? Excuse me.
Or is that me? That's not me.
Let me cut this off.
Sure thing. No worries at all. Now,
sorry.
That's okay, because I was wrapping up, and I have one final question for you, and it's a hard question because it's a community question. It's one of those that I want to speak to somebody of your ilk about it. The recent claims from Uri Geller about remote viewing the location of the Ark of the Covenant. I am actively in the search right now to find contact for him, things like that. I would love to have him on to talk about his remote viewing experience with that. And he is definitely one of those people that is up there in the remote viewing community. But where do you fall when it comes to claims such as that?
It's the location.
Okay.
Describe the location. That's
follow protocol.
We teach that in the basic course. And first of all, find the location, give the information. Then the person who wants it has to decide, can I legally go on that land?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. No, but we've done a lot of moon exploration for moon exploration companies. I did one for a civilian space research that is training astronauts.
Oh, wow.
And what they wanted was protection for their astronauts. They wanted an area book. They already had the destination planned and all. You know what an area book is? Okay.
Vaguely. Explain.
We give our diplomats, when we send them overseas, an area book that tells the religion, the habits, the customs, and all that, so that they don't go over there and do something stupid and start a war.
Sure. Get themselves kidnapped
And so...
These are red zones. Avoid those areas. All that kind of stuff.
This company has it planned. They know where they're going and all that. And so what they wanted to know is, are we going to meet intelligent life? And if so, give us an area book so we don't start a war.
Yeah. That is a joke I've made on this show numerous times is, oh no, we went to the moon. We were just invited not to come back.
That's right. Yeah. Could have started a war.
Yeah.
And so we did it and got tasking and retasking. We did the area book,
Wow.
Now, before every psychic that watches this says, I'm going to go do an area book, listen, you've got to have documented proof of your work. You've got to have a database of your work to prove your accuracy. In your grandfather's day, they said, show me proof.
Yeah.
Now they say, show me your data.
Yeah.
If you don't have the data,
absolutely,
forget it.
And where can people go to become part of the remote viewing database that you built? Where can people go to participate in that?
We keep the database pure. It's for controlled remote viewers only.
Okay.
And those who are trained by qualified CRV trainers. There are a lot of people out there saying, I teach CRV, and you ask them, what does CRV stand for? Well, I don't know. They're just wanting your money and stuff like that. And so, the database, we try to keep it pure because, the first rule of databasing, garbage in equals garbage out.
That's right.
Yeah. So, we keep the database very closely pure for trained remote viewers only.
Wow.
So the average person can't get to the database.
Good. How can people become a member? How can people become a part of the database?
My website has 3 courses that I've developed. ARV, Associative Remote Viewing, Basic CRV, and Intermediate CRV. I also have a list on there of other qualified trainers who are qualified, experienced CRV trainers. Those are the only people I would ever recommend.
Wow.
And if they're not on that list, I don't recommend them. And so my website has that. Other than that, if you just get on Facebook or something like that and you find somebody, I'm teaching CRV, be very careful. You can pick up bad habits. You can pick up targets that will scar you for life.
Yeah.
They really will.
Yeah.
And you really have to be careful.
Yeah. Fantastic warning to end this on, because that is one of the things that we definitely talk about on this show. We like to demystify topics.
Yeah.
And help educate people to best practices and how to protect themselves, whether it's out-of-body experiences, you know, what have you.
The medical applications course that I teach, almost the first half of it has nothing to do with medical applications. It's how to protect you from the sick person. If they're physically sick, that can affect you, you know, and all that. And that's not too bad because you get over that. If they're spiritually, emotionally, or, you know,
mentally,
that can damage you.
Yeah.
As a viewer, you get sucked into that.
Well, yeah, because in order to view, you've got to go like Flash and match your vibration to that vibration. That's intense.
And so, like I say, about half the course is not about doing the medical applications. It's about protecting yourself from the illness.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, where can everybody go to register for your classes? Where can everybody go to find out more information about ARV, CRV, and your intermediate
My
courses?
website is crviewer.com, crviewer.com.
Okay.
There are others, and they're on that list of qualified instructors. I have no financial ties to them, but you know, they may have a schedule that fits a person's needs. And the thing about CRV is it is standardized. So somebody takes my basic course, and then I don't have an intermediate course coming up, but they want the intermediate course. All the other CRV trainers, their intermediate course picks up exactly where mine leaves off, and vice versa. And it's all standardized. The terminology is the same.
Fantastic.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, and that's just it. It is not a myth, folks. It is a science. It is literally a science. It is studied and it is documented. Yeah. And it is probably one of the most amazing revelations in the last half century, Lynn.
It's the human mind.
I want to thank you for coming on. I want to thank you for your years of work, for your years of exposure on this topic, helping expose things like Stargate and bringing this knowledge to a much larger audience. So thank you for your time on this very, very busy IRVA conference. It's been fantastic. I'm now a lifetime member of IRVA. And I can't wait to keep coming to conference. Good. And finding out more. Make sure to stop on by crviewer.com, folks. Keep up with all of the research from Lynn Buchanan. Stop on by, take his courses, get his books. Lynn, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your interest.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's one of the most riveting topics out there for me.
I think so.
It's mind-numbing. So while you're online checking all that out, folks, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is the website. That is where you can follow us on social media. It's where you can find all of our platforms that we are at. And it is also where you can tune in live every Tuesday, 8 p.m. Central. We will be back with you in a little while, right after this break, with more coverage from the International Remote Viewing Association Conference here in Menlo Park, California. We'll be right back, folks.
Bye-bye.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store. to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the International Remote Viewing Association Conference, coming to you from Menlo Park, California. Our guest in this segment, literally the only way to say it is legend in remote viewing. Dale Graff, he is the author of Tracks in the Psychic Wilderness, as well as River Dreams. He is a remote viewer himself. He is also former head of the Stargate Project.
That's correct.
And the Stargate Remote Viewing Team. So, interestingly, we were having this conversation last night over a drink. It's interesting to me how many physicists are involved in remote viewing. Like, almost every single person we have had on this show to talk about the topic of remote viewing is a physicist. And as I was saying, it's interesting to me that physicists have the openest mind of all when it comes to things like that. So as a physicist, as a aerospace expert, how did you get into remote viewing? Where was your branch from? I have studied aerospace engineering and physics, and this kind of seems interesting. How did that come about for you?
Well, I think that my interest in the topic goes back kind of far, back into childhood. I grew up on a farm in a remote area of Pennsylvania, close to nature, seasons or whatever. And in the area I grew up we were quite open to premonitions and intuitions, even though it was a Pennsylvania German environment. They were not exactly old school. They were open to these things. And I had a relative, they're descendant from Wales, and in that area, also they were open. So I had a cultural environment that was not negative. And in my own experience as a child, I would have dreams that seemed to kind of come true, but I couldn't be sure. So it was an early interest. But, I dropped that when I got to high school and college and didn't really pay much attention to any inner prompting. Now, I was drawn into aeronautical engineering because I liked the idea of flight, spirit, soaring. There's kind of a symbolic connection there.
Sure.
And then later I transitioned into physics because I wanted to be more looking at the more fundamental aspects, which I thought physics would provide, and it actually does. And when I took quantum physics courses, that was kind of mysterious and still is today. So going through that awareness that the reality we look at isn't exactly what we think it is. So that was an opening. So it sort of set my mindset to be receptive to these things in a way. But it wasn't until I had some really dramatic experiences that brought me around to say, hey, there's more to what I am receiving and more than what I'm called a person, me, than I can describe. And some of these were intuitive impressions that were very dramatic and led to finding people and things that I couldn't possibly have known about. So that opened me up to the whole process. And then I started reading the literature, what little there was, and discovered the Journal of Parapsychology in a library. I had never heard of J.B. Ryan before or the ESP research. So that kind of set me up for being open, plus the experiences that I had. So that's sort of how I got there.
Okay. And now, how did you get involved with Project Stargate?
Well, because I had these intuitions and very vivid dreams that actually were true. They were premonitions. They were precognitive dreams. And my study of the field, or what I could access at that time through the journals, I didn't know too many people in the research community at that time in early 1970. But as I started looking into this phenomenon, this area of study, I discovered work in the Soviet Union, because my job at that time with the Foreign Technology Division in Dayton, Ohio, part of the Air Force, was to anticipate future Soviet developments in missile systems and also technologies. And I happened to come across some classified literature in my review of translated documents that we would get routinely that had to do with ESP research in the Soviet Union. I thought it was really fascinating. Yeah. And it was credible. It was in a technical journal. And I summarized that in about a 2-page little memo and included it in my annual reports or semi-annual reports to the director or to the chief of the Foreign Technology Division. He had to review all this before it was sent down to Congress and the Air Force. And I thought it would be ridiculed. I'm just adding this in sort of not as a joke, but to see, because I feel like doing it.
Yeah.
And the word came back from the front office that the commander would like to talk to me. Oh, what have I done wrong? But it turned out he was really interested in the topic of ESP. So, okay, I established a connection, and he asked me to keep him informed of any other data I might find on the topic from the Soviet Union. So I continued on my reviews and work. And at that time, unbeknownst to me, I hadn't heard of this work before. Hal Puthoff and Russ Targ, who initiated remote viewing in 1972, the reason we're having this anniversary conference here, they actually were looking for funding. The organization that started them had discontinued, and they were going around the country looking for different military or whatever organizations, research, intelligence, that might have some extra funds laying around. Yeah. And they came to our place, and the commander in Dayton, Ohio, where Wright Patterson Air Force is, and they gave a presentation to Hal and Russ, and I was one of the few invited in to listen to it because the commander knew of my interest. So Hal and Russ gave the presentation. It was very dramatic about the results and all that, the statistics, and also the Pat Price material that you probably well know these days. And afterwards, there's some questions, and everybody looked skeptical. The other staff members weren't particularly ready to go with this. So after Hal and Russ left, behind closed doors, we had an open discussion. What do you really think of this stuff? Is it real? Or are they putting something over on us? So there was a debate. And eventually, I chimed in and said, I see some stuff in the Soviet Union that might be similar. So that sort of led the discussion to a decision. And the commander decided, okay, we will find some money, see if you can get it online in time, and you, pointing to me, become the contract manager of the SRI remote viewing research, continuing it. Okay, so that's how I got into the beginning. Well, it wasn't exactly the beginning, but it was 4 years after it was initiated. So this is 1976. Yeah, so
the beginning of the Stargate program.
Then, because Stargate, the word didn't exist at that time. Yeah. So now here I am. All of a sudden, we're traveling occasionally back and forth to monitor what we called a statement of work, which I carved out in conjunction with Hal and Russ. And off we went from the FTD, the Foreign Technology Division perspective, which was to look at what they were doing at SRI from 3 points of view. Could they continue to validate the phenomenon that they claimed they were finding, this thing called remote viewing? Yeah. Also, to help us out to evaluate the Soviet work that we would find. Did they find it credible research or not?
Yeah, to verify.
Yeah. Just good looking.
Can we replicate it?
Yeah, could they replicate it, and could they tell from the way it was reported whether this was a credible researcher or not? That kind of thing. And the other aspect was, what can this do if it proves viable for the Air Force? And there were two major aspects to that. The Foreign Technology Division is basically an operational kind of unit. It's not research per se. That's a different bin of funding. So they're more operational and analytical, because that's what we were doing, analyzing data. So they were mainly interested in, okay, can we find things like missing pilots, missing airplanes, missing objects? And there's evidence from what you might call the remote viewing tracking experiments that suggested, you can track people, you can find people.
Especially in those days on the heels of the Cuban Missile Crisis, is this facility over here housing weapons like this?
Oh, that was another
like
aspect.
That?
Yeah, and it didn't have to be exact, but is there something in a silo or not?
Yeah.
That was the kind of question that loomed in the distance with our commander. And that's what I framed the statement work around. As best as we could tell, can we do these things to validate a potential for that kind of application?
Yeah.
So we just launched into the year and progressed nicely. We were able to do some basic work and replicate locally. And also at long distance, we actually had people from SRI do the traveling around, and we would then look at individuals that had the talent. How well can they describe where they are? So it developed a little, you might call it a little bit of a pool of information. Not enough for a statistical evaluation, but again, we weren't that interested, and I'm speaking about the overall perspective from now.
Yeah.
In a very strict statistical proof. We figured that's either been done or it hasn't. Doesn't matter. There's enough evidence to say individual incidents are valuable in themselves.
Yes,
and that's how we launched ahead.
Even the fact of it, it's not that you want too much intelligence or data.
Yeah,
but any good, viable intelligence is good intelligence.
Yes, but remember, whatever we did, we always had to carry on for any analysis that this is a piece of the puzzle. No intelligence data source stands alone. So even if we were to perfect this to some degree, even if it was imperfect, or even if we thought it was perfect, it would never truly stand alone unless there was nothing else to do.
Well, and let's get into that for a minute, because some of of course, there are the protocols of remote viewing, controlled remote viewing, everything else, associative remote viewing, precognitive remote viewing, and as we said with Lynn Buchanan yesterday, and all the speckles of the spectrum of remote viewing in between.
There's a lot.
There's a lot. Exactly. A lot of titles.
Names, yes.
But the things that you guys were doing in Stargate, to know that you could give a person blind coordinates, literally blind coordinates from a map.
Okay.
And they could draw a floor plan.
Sure.
Yeah. That's phenomenal.
Yes. Now, going ahead then to get to Stargate, after several years at FTD, the program was actually canceled, and we might want to get back to that reason.
Oh, yeah, please.
But I'm going to jump ahead and just make the Stargate link. Okay, so I transferred to the Defense Intelligence Agency in Washington, D.C. to continue this work, and it was around the time when the Army set up a unit at Fort Meade to develop this, what we call the in-house viewing talent. So I was in two roles, and I continued to follow the research, but I was also a liaison person to coordinate tasking between DIA and the Defense Intelligence Agency is the overall integrator of all military intelligence sources and units. So we had that management role at DIA, and that's what we were trying to do, to not just specifically to manage, but to coordinate the activity.
Sure.
And in time, years later, this was 1981, and eventually I was actually transferred to the unit as the chief. Now, in that interval, there were different ways of describing or naming the unit because it was a special access program. So there were different names. It was given at Grill Flame, Center Lane, whatever. But these were only ways of controlling access. It didn't mean that this was a program. It was just the special access part that was controlled. And then later, when I became involved, I changed the name to Stargate. It was one of those intuitive feelings I had. It was not in the book of allocated code words that we had to use from the Department of Defense. I had to write a letter explaining why we wanted a different word that had to be approved by one of the undersecretaries of defense.
Oh, wow.
So it wasn't, it's just simply pulling a name out of
Yeah.
horribly sounding bunch of words, semantics or, all these crazy terms. So that was the latter part of the program. That's where the term Stargate came from. And it sort of retrofitted, we absorbed the previous. But Stargate at the time only referred to the operational unit itself. This Stargate, whether it was the early Army or later when the Defense Intelligence Agency actually managed or took over the unit itself. That's why I got transferred into it, because I was a DIA guy. Sure. Now all of a sudden, the whole unit is Defense Intelligence Agency. So here's the Stargate name. And it goes backwards in time and applies to most everything. The research itself was not a special access required activity. That was
really
not the research. It was secret, maybe a couple of top secret projects. The people could have access to our operational unit, as we call it.
Okay.
But the actual work was not in that label, mainly for security reasons. We were going to be doing projects that we wanted to keep in house, more or less.
Sure.
Yeah, and because of that ultimate kind of idea of developing an in-house people that already have the clearance, people that already had the blue suit or the Army suit on. At FTD, before I moved to Washington, D.C., I had actually found, or they found me, individuals that actually could do this real well. So I was already developing a unit, unofficial, within the Foreign Technology Division. But when this is one of those strange things that you can't truly explain, what was the basis for the Chief of Staff of the Air Force canceling our activity in 1981. So, or 80. I think it was a series of things. I don't know if he had a particular dislike for the phenomenon. He could have. That happened with the Army unit years later, when the general that was actually responsible for the unit, another commander came in that just hated the stuff and just wiped it out. That's how it got transferred. Why it got transferred to the DIA.
Okay.
In fact, I'm the one that ended up writing all the new job descriptions and taking the package to Congress and whatever it was. So I was caught up in that paperwork nightmare to do that transfer. So they stayed in place in the Fort Meade unit that we had at Fort Meade. The DIA rented the facilities, so we were clean on that, and we just stayed in place. And I got moved into it. So that's just kind of a little history there, but that's the track record. Basically, nowadays, when people talk about the overall activity, it's Stargate sort of flows backwards, and everything is included in that. Even though technically speaking, there were separate pieces to Stargate. Sure. Yeah, and so it's just sort of a little bit of history there, just terminologies, maybe more than anything. But no, so that's really a quick run through of the Stargate and how it came about, and the double, and actually Stargate. Now we think of it as a program all the way back, including everything, which is fine. It makes it easier to talk about, and I like that myself since I'm the one that created the word.
You end up getting credit for SRI work and everything else.
Yeah,
Though you did oversee SRI research.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, I was really reluctant because it wasn't too long after Watergate, and I didn't want to have that association. Okay, we'll try it. We had a discussion around the table.
Why would they even have to break into the safe?
Oh, yeah, I know. So, okay, and then a year later, comes this movie and book called The Stargate Conspiracy, written by some British authors. And it was independent, there was no connection between that evolving media presentation of the word Stargate and the word that I came up with. And that was sort of a funny thing. I had a long commute from the barracks, as I call it, at Fort Meade, after I was transferred there from our nice, beautiful building on Bowling Air Force Base. But I loved it there, ugly looking.
Yeah.
But inside it was nice, and, I didn't care. It was a good cover. Yeah. But I had a long commute, like 60 miles. So, into southern Maryland where I was living, and coming through a swamp shortcut, and I'm driving along, going home, and the moon, I just happened to see an opening in a canopy, and there were these really neat little, it was very clear, it was just odd in a humid area like Maryland. There's all these stars, like flashing down. Star. That's like I'm going through a gate here, in a swampy canopy. And I came back that morning and I suggested, hey, we were debating this for a couple of days, what word to use. And I said, let's think about the word Stargate. I like it. Don't you guys like it? And we kicked it around, and that's how it came about.
Wow.
So anyway, yeah, but that issue at the Air Force, I really had a lot going there in terms of people that had talent. And when the commander, the number one guy in the Air Force, canceled it, he killed everything. The foreign activity work that we were studying.
Wow.
The contract money, it was still not totally spent. So I got on the phone with Hal, and I said, you better hurry up with those statement of work items, because we're going to have to send you a stop order very soon.
Oh, wow.
And I just delayed the process. I put it in my round file. Okay, we'll get it done sometime, but not right now.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to protocols, when it comes to the methods of remote viewing, how does somebody find what works best for them? Because some people tend to be better cognitive remote viewers. Some people tend to be better associative remote viewers. You yourself, even like we were saying last night, most of your remote viewing work kind of falls in the realm of precognitive remote viewing.
Yeah, it's like that.
Dream work, things like that.
Yeah. Well, you probably heard the talk by Jeffrey Mishlove yesterday. And his experience at SRI it was identical to mine. I just relaxed. There's no structure.
Yeah.
You just set a focus, and that's the way I entered it. And that's the way I prefer and continue to this day. Now, some individuals that don't have, they need to have a structure. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with the structure, but it can become bounding, But some people relate to that, and there may be a neurological process involved that's conducive to structure. Sure. I think the school is still out exactly, what is going on here. But the key in my mind is to focus on the objective. Now, there are lots of steps along the way you can take. You can have a ritual, and of course I mix dream work with remote viewing, but in dream work, it's a matter of just simply saying, I intend to experience this event or that future.
Yeah.
That's it. And my assumption with dream work is if my subconscious mind can eventually get to something in the future or halfway around the world, without me knowing how they do it, which I don't, then it also should be smart enough to figure out how to present the information.
Sure.
And some of my conditioning when I do it, I call it conditioning, it's not the right word, intentionality.
Sure.
is not to have extraneous information. Just only want what's relevant. Now, many times, particularly in the research community, when you're doing a research project and they have comparative pictures and whatever, that's kind of where we get to ARE, which is it's a method within a method, so to speak. It's not the process. It's just a way of isolating the desired target. So when you do that, you tend to want to have a lot of information so that if a judge is trying to decide between two possibilities, it'll be easier when you have a lot of correct information as opposed to another picture that might be close in pieces, but not hopefully not too close.
Sure,
you want to make them diverse. So the requirement there might be a little different than, say, in the operational kind of situation where you need to find a missing airplane, which is my favorite, because there you may only need a few key landmarks.
Yeah.
Or if you have a map drawing ability and can visualize maps, suggest the map thing, and we go from there. You don't need to fill in all the other pieces.
Now, can a remote viewer reverse the coordinate process? And instead of being provided coordinates and viewing a location, view a location and provide coordinates? So, kind of
going backwards would be difficult. Yeah. So I'm not aware of ever trying that. Okay. But I do want to make a few comments about the coordinates. We at the Foreign Technology Division, at that time in the 60s and 70s, this is the home of where the satellite photographs were processed, before we got to digital technology, and that's something else. And we had a place in the back where this film would be brought in and processed. So we had a room full of photo interpreters that helped the analysts, decide what was at this area, and maybe help interpret what the meaning of that symbol or that shadow was, for example. So we had people that I could walk up to almost any photo interpreter and give them a coordinate, and they'd probably tell you what's down there.
Yeah.
Not down to the detail, but, close. So we didn't. It was generally agreed in FTD, in the people that knew about the program, which was the contract, that we were using coordinates as a guide, sort of as a focusing technique. But do we really need coordinates? So we shifted away from that.
Okay.
And the thing about coordinates also was, I had an informal search project in 1976, actually, where the issue came up: how do you track an individual that's moving when there's you don't know where you can't give them a coordinate. You find this person is over there.
they are on the move.
Yeah, on the move. And that was, I think, the first realization that you don't really need coordinates.
Wow.
So we used an abstract method of, you need a focus. Early on, the idea behind a beacon person was, it sort of helps you, feel comfortable, maybe more psychological than anything, but kind of like a guide. Now, in the early...
it's something to lock onto.
Yeah, something that says,
a known quantitative.
Plausible model. It's a plausible concept.
And a known quantitative.
Yeah, and it's a friend of yours.
Yeah. It's something you already know how to dial into.
Yeah, and that does mix up the issue a little bit. Then somebody will say, well, you were having a telepathic connection. Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Even still.
Yeah.
Even if so.
Yeah. So, in fact, we ran into that a large time. Well, it's only telepathy. What do you mean, only?
Yeah, exactly.
It did complicate the issue, and that's why we ran to the double blinding. And even did away with the beacon person concept.
Sure.
We did away, at least in our organization, with the coordinates. Now, even when the unit at Fort Meade continued with the coordinates, I didn't see anything wrong with it. But I also, in the back of my mind, realized this is not the coordinate. It's a way of, it could be a psychological thing. Oh, yeah, this will work, and I believe in it. And therefore, because you believe in it, I could have anything, it says, okay, this is a belief structure or image. And
Yeah.
And some people have artifacts that none of us in the unit did, but some people that I know would have some artifact that they will hold or a ritual to go through.
Sure.
Now, in a way to cool down, that's a term that Joe McMonigle used initially, which is sort of a form of relaxing, semi-meditation.
Yeah, decompression afterwards.
Yeah, you're trying to get rid of monkey mind. I know when I did this the first time here at SRI in 1976, in that first visit, I had to walk around a pond that's nearby SRI and look at the ducks swimming.
Yeah.
And that was a very soothing symbol for me. I grew up in a farm area,
Sure.
and the ducks floating in the pond was a very comfortable sense for me.
And familiar.
Child, I can relate to this fuzzy duck.
Yeah.
So for me, that's what really helped me shift away from my conscious anxieties.
Sure. And get into mode.
Yeah, get into the flow of things. Yeah.
And nowadays, of course, because of the work of the Monroe Institute, things like that, a lot of folks are using binaural beat music, things like that to get them into.
That would be interesting.
The brain sync.
I've only done that one time, gone through that. I'm not a full program, but somebody sent me some tapes one time.
Sure.
And, I found a very useful thing there.
I'd like to read a little something from your book here and ask you a question.
I probably won't remember it.
I just got. Well, the good thing is you're going to get to hear it again.
Okay, oh boy.
But I just got your book and was reading it, got to about page 30 before you walked through the door, and I found this part interesting. This is from page 23. Over the years, remote viewing has shown that remote viewing is not limited by distance or time. Remote viewing is a natural phenomenon that can be experienced in varying degrees by anyone. Sketches and drawings are more reliable than the interpretation of the sketches. This one I found really interesting. Motivation and the perceived importance of the task are more important than any training approach.
Yes.
And remote viewing data contains a mix of valid information and error noise that can be reduced through practice and experience. Now, that fourth bullet point there, the motivation, because a couple times you brought up intention, especially speaking of dream work, even our conversation last night. Like I told you, when I did my dream work, I had a routine that I followed. I had a crystal castle that I built where I went and met my guide, and that was my meditation every night, was walking down the path to this place that I built in my mind, my little sanctuary, where anything was possible. And yes, with intention of finding an answer to this problem that I was encountering. Now, how do you instill that with a blind study? How do you instill that sense of importance?
It's tough. It's tough, but I think a lot of it is picked up not subliminally. You feel it.
Okay.
I had an example I wanted to get into the other day, but ran out of time. But where the individual is usually we're removed from the individual that actually has the need or has the individual question. So there's a go-between, there's a liaison person like I was for many of the tasks. You listen to the individual. Here's what we need. Now, I'm still blind, but I can tell by listening to the individual, hey, this is really important to this person. Or there's a timing situation which almost tips you off, and you got to really hurry on this one, so that's important. But in my case, I think I used intuition a lot to sense out importance. And I believe when that happened, I conveyed that to the individual that I then had to deal with. But in addition to my role, the other person actually set the task and asked the viewer can you go to so-and-so location or coordinate or something. If we're looking for a person, we went right for the name usually. Finds hostage so-and-so, because everything's in the in the press anyway, so you're not hiding anything.
Yeah,
so
I was going to say, you may want to bring
something
that.
like that. You know it's important. You absolutely know it's important.
Yeah.
You're finding somebody that might be killed. I'm losing this. Yeah, so that I felt that very strongly when I was directly involved in the search for General Dozier.
Okay, let's get into that real quick.
Yeah, now here's an example where it's beyond explanation. First of all, unless you want to invoke the concept of synchronicity and go into that direction.
Sure.
But where I was at that time, I had just transferred from the Air Force at Wright-Patterson to Washington, D.C., so I'm kind of a newbie for everything. And I just made connections with the emerging Fort Meade unit. It had only been active for about a year or two. So I didn't really have any aspiration of being too directly involved in anything other than, carrying tasks back and forth from time to time. And there were other ways people were tasked. I was eventually assigned as the DIA representative for the intelligence community's task force for identifying projects or tasks for the remote viewing activity for me. So I had that role, but this is kind of before that. And I've always liked the idea of search and track. And I connected with Harold Sherman earlier on something else of a personal nature.
Sure.
And so I'm a new guy in town. And now here's this big thing about General Dozier has been abducted. This is December the 17th, 1981. And I'd only been there about a month or two, not even that. But I had this intense feeling. I really want to help find this, but I'm not in the loop. Too far. New guy, I'm not even connected directly at all, except occasional visit with the group. So I just had this feeling that I wanted to be associated with that search project. Even though our unit, DIA was not an operational unit, so there's no way technically that anybody would be sent from DIA to the field.
Sure.
So anyway, I went camping in the mountains of Pennsylvania. This is between Christmas and New Year, and it's snowing.
Wow.
And I'm in an entire hike in the snow. I'm repeating this thought. I really would like to be connected with the search in some way, maybe have dreams about the location or even being there, to help. And I have this, in the tent that night, it's snowing a little bit and it's a little freezing, not too bad. I have this dream about being surrounded by German-speaking people around a big table, debating something German channel, and they did something, and I'm listening. I can understand German, but I never had a dream in German before.
Yeah.
So I end up feeling this is really unique. What does this mean? Now, the general was abducted in Italy, so the search team that already had been sent from the Department of Defense was already in place. So I come back, and then a couple of other dreams happen, and that suggest that the information might be relevant to the general's location. So then comes the big snowstorm, and Washington, D.C. was locked down. On the TV and the radio, the announcement in the morning was only essential workers, like security people and fire people, come to town because of the 22-inch snowfall that paralyzed the city. At that time, I had an apartment very close to the building we were in Roslyn. This is before we moved into the new facility at Bowling Air Force Base. And, this is wonderful. I was taking a photography course. I wanted to get out and take some good black and whites, black and white film.
Sure.
So the only place open was a 7-Eleven. So I go there, get coffee. Then I had this incredible urge to go to the office. Now, there's nobody there except security guards. Okay? So why am I going to the office when I have a day off?
Yeah.
I'm dumb. So put my snow boots on and walked 7 or 8 minutes. And even the security guy was puzzled.
Yeah.
Why are you here? I didn't tell him, I don't know why I'm here. So I figured, well, I'm here, so I'm going to just get caught up in some work. Half hour later, the phone rings in the chief's office down the hall. And, this is before we have this rotary stuff and whatever. It rang and rang and rang. I figured, well, I better answer it.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be somebody that wanted to know about remote viewing and whether it could be useful for finding General Dozier.
Wow.
And the call came from what was then the newly created, it was the colonel that was in charge of the newly created Army Delta Force unit in the Pentagon.
Mm.
And he was calling our division chief because he had apparently heard enough about his interest, who had been a big supporter of remote viewing research, but he didn't know too much about the Fort Meade unit. But anyway, he called our division chief, who wasn't there. So I took the message. Yeah, I think I can answer some questions. I was a little cautious. Is this a real call or not?
Yeah.
So I said, yeah, I know something about this. He said, well, come to the Pentagon as soon as the metro is running. So, all right, half hour, maybe an hour later, the metro finally gets up to speed. I go to the Pentagon and go to the basement, and here's this unit, this newly formed unit. So for the next 2 hours, I'm explaining the background of remote viewing, the history going way back, what the Fort Meade was about, and all that. And I knew it was legitimate.
Sure.
Special. They had to clear me to get in there. So it was a classified, highly classified area. So it's just like an interrogation. They're just asking all these questions, my background, what I think of it, So I was very calm about it and just rolled through the whole process. And then they finally, another colonel came in and said, we'd like to send you to Italy to be part of the search team.
Wow.
What do you think of that?
That's pretty remarkable.
And the fact I didn't have to be at the office.
Yeah. Weren't even supposed to be at the office.
No. And had it not been there, the phone would kept running, I never quit. Wouldn't have done it. So anyway, a day and a half later, didn't even have a passport. So a day and a half later, I'm on my way to join the search team. So I got deeply involved in the activity in Vicenza, Italy, where the search team assembled at an army base there. And then for the remainder of the 40 days, I believe it was, that Dozier was held captive, I was involved in doing different things, helping to analyze the reports coming in, doing straightforward things, but also trying to coordinate what was coming out of the Fort Meade unit, because I did have a link set up there.
Yeah.
Even though that link froze up for some reason, and I couldn't get the information toward the end. But my own dream world spiked up, and I was able to actually have dreams about the situation Dozier was in. And even a dream that suggested he would be rescued alive. Rescued, period, alive. So based on an informer's information. But that came before the informer had been identified by the Italian police. So this is a really precognitive situation.
Wow.
How could my streaming mind or anybody's dreaming mind know?
Yeah.
The rescue was really tricky. It was seconds. They had to make sure that was the right apartment number, and disarm the 5 terrorists that are inside, and Dozier's in another room. And boom, they were in there. They knocked the guns out of their hands, and not a shot was fired, and Dozier was saved. But 2 days ahead, the dream suggested that would happen.
Wow.
So look at all the steps along the way, not my involvement only, but and at the subconscious level, how could the subconscious mind, anybody's subconscious mind really, not just me, I'm not special in that sense.
Yeah.
Get that information when it's such an incredibly tight timing life or death situation.
Yeah.
Everything had to be just right from the Italian police's actions.
Yeah,
those are the kind of things that stop you afterwards. You don't think about it when it's going on.
Sure.
But afterwards,
even the precision with which they have to do an operation like that, and to physically, you may want to bring that up in front of your mouth there. To physically have to know what rooms people are in when they're on the move. It's incredible. Now, we have you for about another 5 minutes. I'd like to switch gears now and start talking about the modern movement of remote viewing.
Okay.
We've gone over its founding. We've gone over your work in between.
Sure.
Let's start talking about IRVA a little bit,
wonderful.
the International Remote Viewing Association.
Sure.
I'm a lifetime member because it's only through things like that this research gets funded.
Yeah.
So, and I am all about this research.
Yeah.
It's amazing work. What is the focus of IRVA? Its founding, and what are you guys looking to do for the future?
Okay. Well, initially, the founding fathers back in 1999, 2000, the vision was to have an organization that would be an educational unit to help people understand what remote viewing was about, provide a forum for dialogue, and just a comfortable place for people to learn more about the process, and even to identify and recommend or make available people that are there that are trainers. So we had that educational service that we provided. It's sort of basic. And this involved where we're becoming more involved in helping to identify research ideas. Yeah. And more recently, well, we actually, in 2011, established the Collier Fund or award, $3,000 for anybody who would submit the best research proposal for remote viewing research and or anything related to that. Like they could accomplish within, say, a year or so. So we had this Collier Fund made available, and that was a successful thing. We've had about 6 or 7 of those awards, and we continue with that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So these are really interesting projects, and there's people anywhere can submit, and people I never even thought about too much. Of course, they can get assistance. There's always a statistical evaluation problem here, but we can alert people to where you can go to get help. So that's continuing, and I just through kicking off the most recent cycle. Began earlier this year, so that's underway. So that part, but currently, or a couple of years ago, Deborah Katz and I initiated the IRVA Research Unit, the IRU. Okay. And we have a monthly meeting through Zoom where people can drop in, discuss ideas, ask for assistance or guidance where to go. So we have that going. And in the future then, as the vice president of the organization, I envision reaching out to educational institutions, not just simply saying, hey, we can provide education, come to us and ask us what it's about. We have a really extensive, nice website that tells you, leads you through a lot of possibilities, including a way to practice remote viewing, which is called the Focal Point that John Noble runs. So we have that function, that service. But I'm looking ahead to where IRVA can connect more directly with the academic world and with other research facilities.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's part of it you might call the educational arm, but on the other hand, it's also more of an integrating aspect where we want to be more active in hey, listen, we have this unit, we have this organization, we're talking about this phenomenon that's real, that anybody can do. When are you guys in psychology departments going to start listening to us? You go to a bookstore in the college area and go to a psych book, and you won't find too much about anything.
No, and that's just it. If you go anywhere and visit a parapsychological section, most of the stuff is about ghosts, things like that. It's not about this.
We're trying to stay focused here.
Yeah.
So Yes. So that aspect, it's a researchable thing. It's repeatable.
Yep.
Oh, that's a big word. And
yeah, it is.
Some of the traditionalists will say it's not repeatable. They're wrong about that. But where is your, if it's 100%, no, it's not repeatable. No. But all your medical world, drugs and stuff is just not
It's
that
not 100% repeatable either.
So that's the sort of connection that I envision the unit, IRVA, moving toward, as well as one of my pet themes is, like you had mentioned earlier, there's so many little threads here and past there, bringing that more, I don't want to say focus, but in a better understanding of how one connects to the other.
Well, and even having, especially with something like remote viewing, which once again can lead into a lot of communities.
Yes.
To have a focus for the remote viewing community, to have a standardized set of protocols for across the world.
Yes.
Where you can say you're doing a type of remote viewing, great, but if you're doing remote viewing, these are the protocols.
Yeah.
This is the steps.
Yeah.
Because once again, in order to maintain the scientific aspect, you've got to have the formula.
Yeah.
The formula is most important.
There are two aspects here. The scientific protocol, which is what applies to any laboratory in the world.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's a given, okay? And then there's that's within the step-to-step thing. Within that, which can vary. The structured part is really great, and our instructors that we have that connected with IRVA are really excellent at that, and they stay generally within that protocol, that procedure. And I'm not talking about the scientific part. That's a given. You have to do that. Now, there are other concepts involved here that we're trying to sort of look at and integrate into this because they don't follow the same step-by-step process. But they are still should be performed within a scientific umbrella. Sure. So, like what Jeffrey Mishlove described, what I described, you go to the SRI the first time and then you have a really good rendering of the objective. Yeah, that's a basic way of doing it. And it doesn't follow the steps that Inga Swan developed. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have to put it in perspective. This is process A, here's process B, here's process C. Yeah. And as we're talking right now, Julia Mossbridge is giving a presentation of an approach, which is actually rather different from the step-to-step concept.
And that's just it. Once again, there are numerous spectrums within remote viewing and numerous techniques.
And that's what I would like to do in my tenure as a VP or whenever, is to find a way to express these different concepts.
Well, and to give them all an equal space within the community.
Yeah, right. And then somebody else can decide, or to try it and see what works for you. Now, I have to admit, the structured approach is very successful, and people can do that. And it gives you you don't have to jump right into it. You can go there and get there. And by the time you get through that process, you're very comfortable that you have actually caught something that relates to the target. Oh, I can remember looking at 15 to 20 pages of scripts from the people on the Stargate project, and looking at that and say, okay, where did you end up? Go back and give me a one-page summary. Yeah. So it's there, but only they can pick it out after all that. And usually it's toward the end anyway, so, it develops that. So, no, so it's, I don't want to say we're still learning. We really are.
Even 50 years for a science is young.
Yeah.
It's young.
Yeah. Yeah. And what's encouraging to me is there really is an interest. Now, how far that interest goes, do they just look at it casually, read one of these books and say, that's interesting, and put it aside? Or can be motivated? Can there be a motivation here? There's a step beyond this. There's a step beyond this, which I'm not sure is there yet with the current instructions and instructors that we have. And that is, an individual that goes through what we call a training program, however the process within the scientific umbrella, where do they end up at the end of that? Is there other than describing beautiful distant scenes, what's the next step for the individual?
Yeah.
What do you gain out of this at a personal level? Have you increased in some sensitivity? Are you more intuitive? Are you more alert and aware of your fellow human beings?
Yeah.
So are you becoming more, how can I say, humanistic in a way?
Yeah.
So
none of these bad things.
No. So more compassionate.
Yeah.
Understanding. At a fundamental level, it seems to me that, and others too, not just me, but when you get into this, even though that wasn't your objective in the beginning, you just want to be a good remote viewer because maybe you can solve a police case.
Sure.
Like but underneath that, you are uncovering something that ultimately makes you realize, this is far greater than my subconscious. Where does this go? How do I relate to the universe? You become more cosmic thinking for most people. Now, people don't want to go there per se, but I think at a subconscious level, we're sort of drawn into the sense of connectivity. People, the animals, the plants, it's all one underlying phenomenon.
We are definitely hitting that zeitgeist with humanity right now, where people's minds are open to this concept now. Yeah, it's not nearly as an anathema to talk about.
Right.
As it once was. You don't nearly get the finger wag. You don't nearly get the fundamentalist view that a lot of people had about it for a long time.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to see organizations like IRVA forming.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see folks like yourself, Hal Puthoff, Russell Targ, Lynn Buchanan, really passing the torch on to the next realm of researchers, the next realm of remote viewers. It's a beautiful thing because it really is. It's a trade, it really is that apprentice master relationship when it comes to a teacher and a student.
Sure.
So it's beautiful that you guys have formed this organization to make sure that that is preserved and still done.
Yes.
I want to thank you for that.
Oh, my goodness. That's great.
I also want to thank you for your years of research on this topic, your diligent work, as well as your time today. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it.
Wow. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Before we let you go, let everybody on the camera know where they can go to pick up their copy of Tracks in the Psychic Wilderness, where they can go to pick up their copy of
River Dreams,
and where they can come to contact you for lessons, courses, anything like that.
Yes, I do have a website. I do have a contact on the website. What's my website?
What's my name?
I sometimes can't remember.
I can feel you.
Yeah, okay, but just
DaleGraff.com.
There you are. Yeah, that will work. Yeah. Yeah, Mountain Viewer at DaleGraff.com. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
so I can be found, and I'm not as active as I was years ago. I have other priorities right now.
Sure.
This is number one, but there are others that interfere or I need to pay attention to. In the summertime, I'm an active outdoor guy, and that's it,
Yeah, you were saying a canoer and everything else.
Yeah. So yes, my specialty right now is, in addition to remote viewing, is the dream state. Because I've been finding people really can relate to that, because not as a tool for becoming psychic. That happens anyway.
Sure, but
as a tool for self-understanding.
Yes,
coming to grips with issues and problems.
Absolutely,
it's a wonderful tool for that.
I would love to have you back on to do a whole episode on just dream work.
Yeah, and I've done healing in dreams.
Absolutely,
and counseling.
It is
without even knowing.
It is a great way to find the root of traumas and to release the root of traumas.
Right. In fact, an issue came up here during this conference that I'll be working with somebody.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, once again, thank you for your many, many years of work.
Okay.
Thank you for your appearance today. While you were online checking out DaleGraff.com. Make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes. It's where you can follow us on platforms. That's where you can find the Knowledge Vault. If you want the declassified documents for Project Stargate, CuriousRealm.com/knowledge, folks. Go to our declassified section, and you will find that, Alcubierre warp drive documents, all kinds of great stuff. We will be back after this with our continuing coverage of the International Remote Viewing Association Conference here in Menlo Park, California. Right after this, folks.
Wow.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com, and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to this final segment of coverage for the International Remote Viewing Association Conference 2022 here in Menlo Park, California. We have with us Michelle Davis. Michelle Davis is a practical and practicing remote viewer, and that's exactly why I wanted to have you on. We've had numerous researchers on, people who were founders in the field, so to speak. But it's always great to talk to experiencers and people who are actively out practicing in the field, in the wild. So, what was it that brought you into the world of remote viewing to begin with? And let's hear your story.
Well, thanks for inviting me.
Absolutely.
The first time I had a remote viewing experience was when I was about 16. I was at home. I had a really good friend. I don't know if I should say his name, but anyways, I thought of him, and I was a dreamer that would have, predictive dreams from early childhood. But, I was awake, and I thought of him, and I could suddenly see him at his home at a desk, and I'd never been inside his home before, and he was writing a letter, and I could see what he was writing, and he was writing a letter to me, which he had never done before. And I thought, okay, I wonder why this vision is coming. And that's what I considered. It was like a vision, but it continued to go. And then I saw him put it in an envelope, get on his bike, ride to my house. And so I went to the front door, and when he went to knock, I opened the door and said, hi. And he was like, oh, and I said, you wrote a letter for me? He said, yes, I did. And I said, here, hand me the letter. And I took the letter and I told him what he had written. And he was like, what's going on?
Wow.
So that was, I think, like in my memory right now, that's the only, spontaneous remote viewing experience that I can think of at the moment. And then what is really interesting is I have this memory because I grew up in California, and I was not a reader, much less the newspaper, but I do remember seeing something. It was either in a newspaper print or it was on television talking about remote viewing. And I swear that I asked my dad, I want to go talk to these people because maybe they could help me understand all these other things that I'm experiencing, because there was nobody. I'm a psychic, a medium, a healer, and these other things, and I didn't know what to do with all that. So anyways, fast forward, I'm a medium. I was studying with a top 10 medium, and they had us do a forensic mediumship international case. And so, but using some remote viewing tools, not the full protocol. And, anyways, and another medium said, Michelle, you should really go talk to Lynn Buchanan. I think that you should study with him. And at the time, I wasn't, my life was in flux, and I wasn't able to do that. But ultimately, I did study with him.
Wow.
And I'm so thankful. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. And what was that experience like under his tutelage?
It's been great. One of the things that I really like about Lynn is that he definitely focuses on ethics. And, if you read his book, The Seventh Sense, he talks about, because he's a natural psychic, he's a natural PK, person. And he knows this about himself, and he really works to keep in check what he does. And, and always coming from the heart. Yeah. And so that's very inspiring to me. Him along with Jim Channon, who, was the Jeff Bridges character. Jeff Bridges played him, so to speak, in the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats, and researching him and what he was trying to do with the think tanks and everything after that, just really trying to help humanity in general.
That's really remarkable. And now, what do you use remote viewing for? Are you out doing remote viewing professionally? Is it just personal use? Are you using it for clients? What is your use case for remote viewing?
I do have people that I do remote viewing for, at least in the past. I'm taking a sabbatical right now. But I have done that, and it's been things along the lines of, I have one person in particular who loses a lot of stuff and is constantly saying, can you find this? And sometimes it's like, I don't have a time to do a remote viewing session. I'm going to psychically find it. But typically, because I want to practice, I'll say, okay, I need until such and, give me 2 days because I'm busy and I'll do it. And then I'll find it. So for example, I had somebody that was looking for 2 sets of car keys. And I was able to find actually 3 sets of keys, 1 to one of the cars that they wanted, actually 2 to one of the cars, and 1 that was a key they didn't even know they were missing, but was very important. And then the 4th one I actually did find, but I also knew that something had moved it. And there was something else on the consciousness side of things that was basically had told me, hey, you know where this key, because I described, right, the whole area where this was. Okay. There was a wagon wheel and there was a trellis with this vine growing on it and yellow things around and this weird cat image with like bulging eyes. And there's like a metal sculpture this person has of this. So these kind of things. But also I had been told it's moved and and you're not going to find it. And the reason you're not going to find it, and this is outside of RV, right? Okay. The reason you're not going to find it is because this person needs to declutter their life. And so what you need to tell them.
And when they do, they'll find it.
Well, yeah. What you need to do is tell them that they need to remove a 2x2 box from their house every week until they find the key, because it's like, I work in different realms. So sometimes. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and, I once had a therapist tell me that because I'm a clutterer, my brain is so busy that I put something down and then I leave it, and it can turn into an issue. It is a constant battle for horizontal space in a studio. So, the therapist told me that is an outward manifestation of what is going on inside my head. Right. I don't think I ever had anybody really put it in those terms. And ever since then, that's whenever I see the pile on my workbench that builds up after coming home from a week of work and then going back out on the road and everything else, it's like, all right, I need to slow down. I need to slow down. I need to take some time. I need to clear this and clear that. So it's interesting that you say that. Now, I want to loop back in the conversation for a second, because I want to cover the difference for you, especially as a psychic medium, the difference between psychically finding something and remote viewing.
Okay. So remote viewing, like, it's a protocol and it takes time. And, because you need to write out the administrative portion, at least for controlled remote viewing.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
So you write out the administration portion, which is your name or a number, a viewer number, the place, the time, the date, the time, the place. Are you monitoring yourself, or is there a monitor? Who's around you? Do you have any polkas or POCAs or like attractors or distractors and your set-asides? So in my mind, and nobody's ever really talked about this except for me, but I was like, oh, this is really interesting. It's like it's a deconstruction of the self, right? Of the ego. And I learned later when I was talking to somebody, that Ingo did not have that originally. Somebody added it later. And I'm really curious. I think I know who it is. They told me who they believe did it. And I haven't had a chance to ask that person, but I'd be really curious to know if they intentionally did it or if it was somehow guided, channeled thing to do it. But it makes sense because psychologically speaking, we are kind of deconstructing our conscious mind.
A perfect grounding exercise before you, that's not metaphysical in any way.
Exactly.
You know, like let me put a circle of salt around me or anything like that.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. It is really, really important. Just a minute ago, we were talking with Dale Graff about dream work, and that was a big part of my dream work was the rote ceremony of going to sleep, the walking down a mental path to the crystal place that I had built to go meet my guide, to talk about a problem and walk around with him while I dreamed and look for answers. That is a specific guided meditation to get you to a place. So even if it is an organizational process, it is still a rote thing that you go through to bring you to a point of focus.
Right.
To go, okay, now that I have done this pre-flight checklist, I'm ready to hit the tarmac.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. So it takes time. And also I need to be in a place where it's like very quiet, and where I live, it's not conducive to, I'm moving, thank goodness, finally. But it's not conducive to doing even just general life.
Yeah. I can appreciate it.
So, whereas psychically, I don't have to deconstruct anything. I don't have, if, that's how I consider it.
Sure.
I don't need to separate things or even have a pen and paper. I can just go, okay, like she had lost some earrings and she had lost her wallet. And she said, can you help me find these? And I said, I'm seeing these large pockets, these large jean pockets, and that's where I see. And she had showed me she had one of the earrings, and she had just had her hands in her pockets, but then she reached in again, and there was the other one. And then, the wallet, I said, I see it in, there's multiple cars. And I said, I see it in this blue car. And she was like, no, I haven't been in that blue car. It's not in there. Like very upset with me.
Yeah. Insistent.
Yeah. And so I went down, blue car right there. Boom. And was like, oh my God, there it is. So anyways, the thing is that you don't have a pen and a paper. I mean, sure, I've heard of people doing CRV in like dirt, right? Because
sure.
You're looking for the missing person. You don't have the pen and paper. You just do it.
Yeah, you're out in the field, whatever.
Right. And, ultimately there's RV, which, yes, it's a protocol, but in a sense, I get the feeling, which I've done with Angela Thompson-Smith. I'm sorry, ERV. To be specific, which is a little bit different. And you're kind of like pulling in these other consciousness modalities it's kind of like you're entering from a different doorway than typically with controlled remote viewing.
Okay. And how important is, because of course there's that grounding exercise, but how important is, I guess, the stoic mentality when dealing with remote viewing? Because, of course, psychic impression, I myself, would be, I guess, what most people would call empathic, being able to walk into a room at a retreat and just know who to head to and help. Vibrations get very muddled for me in public places and large crowds, things like that. But that's something that you want to kind of remove in remote viewing, correct? You want to try to remove as much emotion from it as possible, whereas in a psychic session, you want to invite as much emotion as possible.
I hear you, and I agree. And I think that's what I'm saying is like, there's consciousness, like in my mind, there's consciousness at the intention that started creation of all the data, the conscious mind, the physicality of things, what have you. But with that deconstruction of the self, which is the ego, you're getting more in tune with the underlying subconscious. You still keep the conscious. You do an interplay between the two, but still, if you can like take off all the stuff, including the emotions, whether it's anything, even happiness.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing. And so I think also though, when you talk about the stoicness, it's I think because it came, even though it came from Ingo, who was doing it and who was also a natural psychic and what have you, it came into the realm of research, scientific research.
Yeah, and that's what we were just hearing about just a minute ago was a conversation about the difference between free-form remote viewing and research remote viewing. Yeah. And that was even your question that you posed in there, was about the quantifiable part. And she was saying that if you're doing research, do research. Aside from that, do whatever you need to do to get your remote viewing session done. And I found that very interesting because, if the CRV is what's so important for the scientific part, for the quantifiable part, for research funding, what have you. And that is what was specifically developed with protocol. And specific protocol is that controlled remote viewing where it is blind, double blind, and intentionally so. But it's interesting that we've had the conversation over the last few days with numerous people about the speckles of the spectrum within the community of remote viewing and the different forms of remote viewing. And even as you're saying, ERV, things like that. So, where do you fall in the camp of, I guess, because of course, we gave time its bounds, things like that, but where do you fall when it comes to people like Uri Geller saying that they have remote viewed the Ark of the Covenant?
He may have. I don't know. He's a pretty spectacular.
He's pretty up there. He's got some skills.
Yeah, he's got some major skills, and sometimes the thing is, I guess for me is. So like Lynn always says, controlled remote viewing, we're in control. It's not the protocol controlling us. Yeah. We're controlling our session. We take a break when we want to. We move here. We start a sketch if we do, if we want to. Like, it's all controlled by us. And I just wanted to point that out. But so as far as like, at the same time, there's this thing of, hard targets where you have feedback and the esoteric targets where you don't. Yeah. And for me, I feel, and maybe somebody can have a conversation with me and change my mind.
This was an opinion question, so feel however you like, Michelle.
I feel esoteric targets are a complete waste of time. And this is why. Especially if you're doing CRV. Because CRV is about, in my mind, deconstructing the self and letting go of the ego. And esoteric targets to me is a full-on ego charge.
Yeah.
Somebody's trying to prove that they can view something that nobody's viewed before, and maybe one day it'll come true. But really, what if what if you never get the feedback? What is it really worth? Like, and especially if you're just viewing something that has like no humanitarian purpose to help humanity. Like, if you're just like, oh, I'm gonna, I don't know, like, I can't think right now, like, of an example, but anyways, it's like, if there's some purpose other than just trying to.
Yeah. I'm going to remote view the mothership that's hovering around the sun and sucking plasma, what have you. Well, and a prime example, I'm in a lot of Bigfoot communities, things like that, a lot of cryptid communities. And there was a remote viewer who was remote viewing an instance of supposed attack and death upon 8 people by a Bigfoot. Oh, that happened in like 1952. Okay. In Florida. So, and that's why I ask, because it's interesting. Much like in the UFO UAP community, there are conflicting opinions about some of it, okay. and
you're kind of changing my mind here.
Well, it's that there's research, there's what's there, there's what's quantifiable, and then there's the other, I'm kind of at the same camp as you. Why? So and how can we quantifiably prove what you're saying? We cannot go back to 1952
Right. So like we were having the conversation the other night.
Yeah.
That, you know, if you're going to do an esoteric target, wait until you're post-advanced.
Sure.
Because at least you have this track record where you kind of know, okay, yes, I get colors and tastes and locations and, you know, SI or, you know, like.
Yeah, synesthetic experiences.
Certain things I know I'm pretty good at. And so if I get that in that target, I might be on target. But also the reason why I would say somebody who's like post-advanced doing that kind of stuff is because I've had people.
You know your hit ratio.
You know
your batting average.
You know your hit ratio, and you also know how to detox and detach.
Yes.
And, you know, like I've run study groups where people will come in as beginners and somebody gives them a target. Look at 2050. And this person looks at 2050 and sees mass destruction and all this stuff and
traumatized.
Freaks them out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally traumatized. And they don't, like, they're literally in their life trying to function and are having difficulty do it. And I think it's just irresponsible to give people who are not advanced and know what's possible and know these tools of how to detox, how to detach.
Absolutely.
How to do all these things. I mean, don't do that to somebody.
Yeah.
You know, So yes. So could esoteric targets be done, and would they be worthwhile by somebody who has a lot of experience? Sure. And also the thing is for me is that if somebody comes into, let's say somebody's brand new and they've had a few maybe psychic experiences, like everyone's psychic, right? But what they remember, what they acknowledge as their experiences, you know, they've had a few, whatever it is, kind of experience. And they come and they ask me, okay, of all the modalities of consciousness, which one should I start first? I would say CRV, because it has that grounding cord built in. It has these tools that you can pull on when you come to these, you know, the stuff's hitting the fan moments. And you can protect yourself. Yeah. You can protect others in your current life, and you can protect whatever's going on at the target.
Yeah. And that's utterly important, because once again, it's kind of like Lynn Buchanan was saying yesterday. There, when he asked people, why do you want to learn to remote view? And they say, I want to help find missing children. And he's like, are you sure about that?
Yeah.
And we were having this conversation outside the other night where one of the topics that we have a rabbit hole on with guests over the last few months is the flip side of the coin. Especially with the modern disclosure movement, things like that. Everyone's like, oh, I'd love to see a UFO. I'd love to have an abduction experience. Yeah. You think you'd like to have a paranormal experience too? You think you want a Bigfoot experience? How about the ridicule that comes after? How about the questioning of everything? It can be rough. It can be traumatizing in and of itself. Just to have the experience. A lot of people don't even recall the experience immediately afterward because they were just so frozen and flabbergasted naturally, you know? And especially trying to, as you say, detox from a session, trying to leave that behind and detach from that can be hard for a spiritually inexperienced person, period. Even walking into a party where things are mixed up and you end up in a crazy situation, that can be hard to get rid of, much less having an experience like that. Now,
and if I may say,
please,
even experienced CRVers have been given targets that have really affected their lives. It's destroyed their careers, their marriages, their health. Sure. And these are experienced people. So it's always that thing of, and that's why it's like, Lynn asks a lot of times, who are, like, if CRV is partly who are you, right? So you detach all this stuff above, and then you get to like more of the core of who you are as you go through the process.
Because you've got to differentiate what's coming in from you.
Yeah. And so, and I always say to the people in the that I work, the study groups or what have you, is it's not just who are you, but why are you here? Because it's like the what and the purpose, right, of the thing. And it's very important because, especially again, when things get tough and you come across these things that really affect you, and you're like, oh my God, why did I do this to myself? Why did I do this target that just did this to my life, so to speak.
Yeah.
And then, but if you have that grounding cord of, like, for me personally, I'm here to help heal myself and others. So even if something like that happens, then I can go, you know what? It was a learning experience. It's worth it, because no matter what, no holds barred or whatever that term is, this is what I'm here for. So I'm going to do my best to do that. But if I didn't have that, I'd be like, I'd maybe have that ego come in where I'm like, oh, wow, this is crazy. What have I done to myself? Why am I doing this? And then people leave RV. That's the other thing with, like, the esoteric targets or things that, like, people might see things that they're not ready for, is that people could stop RVing altogether.
Sure.
And then we lose an RVer. And I believe that the purpose, especially of, like, IRVA, is to encourage and support and protect people in the process of doing this.
Yeah. Yeah, precisely. Yeah. Now, have you ever had such a situation in your experiences of remote viewing where you've had to go through that detox process?
In remote viewing specifically, have I? I'm going to say I can't think of one at the moment.
Okay.
I've had situations where I was given a target and I realized that what seemed on the surface like it was, like, kosher,
like an innocuous target,
was not. And then had to back myself out of that. I have, in doing mediumship, I had, like, what I call 8 months of mafia, because everyone that came to me from the other side, or literally came to me, was, like, somehow related, even if they a lot of times didn't even know it. Like, wow. It was like my father was, an accountant, and that person didn't know
who they did accounting for. Right.
Kind of thing. So in those times, there was a thing where I was like, okay, I need to be able to detox, what this person on the other side who's dead, told me how, things. So yeah, in any modality, right? Because kind of like what Julia was saying, and I have to go back to, like, of course, it's precog operational. RV. So it's in the title.
Yeah.
But I was like, but is this research? But so she confirmed it was operational. But what she was saying, is like that, when you have unconditional love, when you're coming from that aspect, like, everything folds into the now, but everything is everything at all times.
Sure.
Really. So,
well, and when you have, because I like to consider myself pretty close to unconditional love. I treat everybody with the equal amount of respect. Everybody has the same exact form for me. There is no differentiation. And it really does put you in a place where you're more non-judgmental. You're more open. You are more open to receive, like she was saying, in the moment. You're here, you're now. You aren't hung up with what happened 3 hours ago with that person. You aren't letting that person rent the spare space in your head for a month. You aren't holding on to that attachment of literal damage to you, which could damage a session.
Right. Right. And I agree. Like, I had an experience during a 10-day silent meditation where there was a situation where I had this just, it's like one of those things where you're lit up and it's just complete unconditional love.
Yep.
And, I have to, and absolutely you can get information from there.
Yeah.
The thing is that you can get information through extreme fear,
sure,
extreme anger. So it's not just unconditional love, but it is a choice.
Yeah.
So you can get places through all kinds of emotion. Emotion is, it's not stillness, right? So it's like if we think about Buddhist, like if you're in stillness, it's not happiness, excuse me, it's not fear, anger, it's not worry.
It just is.
It just is. And so, which is like what I was trying to ask, because, and I stated, Dean Radin in this documentary, he stated, not alluded to.
Love his work.
He actually said that there is consciousness, but I believe that there's something beyond consciousness. So we have consciousness again with all intention and mind and body and blah, 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 right? All physicality, all the physical realm, but there's something of like no thingness that's beyond it. And I think that, and I've talked to a few people that got it, and they said, and I said, but why is this not being discussed? And they said, because the audience isn't ready. And I was like, okay, is that our decision to make? I mean, but of course we want to protect somebody and we don't want them to like have a psychotic break or something, right?
Sure.
Because it's difficult because we are humans and we're in this.
It's a big nut to crack.
Right. But anyway, so going back to, the emotionality and the stillness. So anytime so the stillness is almost like an absence of emotion. So when we have motion, it's movement. And movement is one of the key ways that people in CRV, it's like if you're having a hard time doing CRV, focus on the motion. If you find emotion, go with that. This is something that Colleen Marinich, who's another CRV teacher, talks about a lot to her students is, and for her, it's a key thing that she can connect to.
Well, and very much just to go back to, her words in there a while ago in the last presentation, the fact of, like she said, to your question, as a matter of fact, use what you need to use to get your session done. So yeah, if once again, if you're doing controlled remote viewing, remove that emotion. Get rid of that, wash that emotion out. If you're doing precognitive operative remote viewing, hey man, if you feel sadness, go with that. Use that. If that is what is leading you down the path of the view, follow that,
right.
And explore it at the least. So it is interesting to see that totally 180 degree approach to the same concept. Now, before we let you go, because conference is still going on, I don't want you to miss things. Where do you feel yourself going with this? Where do you feel yourself moving in the world of remote viewing? What's in your future, hopefully? What are you trying to manifest with it?
That's an excellent question. And I feel like I got, Lynn was saying the other day, if you have a gift and you don't use it, it's a sin. Yep. I was like, ooh, ouch.
Yeah.
But at the same time, just because we have a gift doesn't mean that we have to use it 24/7.
No.
And because we did come here and we chose this specific form and blah, 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 like it was, conscious creation, collaborative conscious creation. And so there's a reason that I'm a female, my height, age, blah, blah, blah right now. And so I need to function in this world as well. So if that means that people need to take a break, that's a good thing because we need to recharge and regroup. And also, if we get so focused on one thing, then we stop to see everything else. And as also, like Julie was mentioning, kind of like along the lines of the, laws of the universe, there's this like law of attraction. If you really like food, you might be really good with food targets,
Yeah, sure.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like having the experience outside of the experiment.
Yes.
And, which is very interesting because the experiment brings you back into experience. So it's, but ultimately, what is my goal? My goal is, really my life path is as a healer. So why am I doing CRV? I'm doing it to help heal myself and others. So, that's whatever modality ultimately comes through. Like at one point I was, I had psychic readings, I had mediumship, I had healing, I had past life regression, and I had I have all these things and I'm certified in hypnotherapy. But I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to boundaritize or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, what am I saying? But
compartmentalize.
Compartmentalize. Thank you. I'm not going to compartmentalize consciousness.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring it together. And so I would do what I would call message sessions. And my intention and what I would say at the beginning of every session is, I'm going to ask for the most helpful and healing information for you. And in whatever form that comes through in, are you okay with that? And then I have the agreement, right? Because that's also like the ethics. Like you can't, like for me, it's like, and that's a kind of a different thing outside of CRV. But ultimately in CRV, which also is great, is you have the signal line. And all these modalities are in the signal line. If you go back in time and you're talking to a dead person, well, you're doing mediumship. If you go forward in time and you see something that's going to happen in the future, well, then you're like doing psychic predictive work. And so there's these kind of things that are within this. But ultimately, honestly, once you get the foundation down, but this is my personal experience, once the foundation is down, I don't know that it's needed. But I feel it's very important to bring everybody in as much as possible, like everyone around, to understand this. But is it the only thing going? No. Meditation, chanting, different types of rituals, or, what have you. What's key is intention. And who are you and why are you, who are you, why are you here, the intention. And then, going from there. But ultimately, we don't have to have CRV in order to do what we're doing inside of it.
Interesting. Now, last question. How would the average person know that they are being viewed?
Oh, I think various ways. It's like, it depends on what the viewer's doing, how active or influencing they're doing. If they have a sensation, for example, it's that thing of like when you're walking down the street and somebody's staring at the back of your head and you sense it. Yeah. It's their senses. They're going to know. If something gets moved and perhaps they see something moving it, but it'd be difficult for somebody who doesn't have a lot of experiences to know, was that a ghost moving it? Was that, like earthquake, the mundane.
Differentiation.
Start with the mundane, like did a truck just hit my house?
Start with the everyday before you go to the phenomenal. Absolutely.
But anyway, so I guess I would say that, also I think if like things start changing for you because, like there's spiritists, there's spiritualists, and there's spiritists. Spiritists are more of, like the Brazilian, religion. And, they're like Chico Xavier, who would write letters and heal people, and John of God and people like this. But anyways, they have a belief of obsessors. So there's these energy formed spirits that are on the so-called other side that can attach to people. And like suddenly, you never really ate pizza and suddenly you're eating a lot of pizza. Yeah. Kind of thing. Yeah. That is the concept that Malachi Martin spoke about regularly. Father Malachi Martin, who is the exorcist for the Vatican for many, many years. And he spoke about walking down the street. He's one of the only Jesuits to ever be relieved of his Jesuit duties by the Pope. And he talked about walking down the streets of New York and seeing people at the point of demoniac obsession, not at the point of possession, where they had surrendered their will to an obsessive spirit, be it addiction, what have you. And they were just under the point of possession because they had allowed themselves to become obsessed by something. So it's interesting that you're even bringing that up. Well, even like in mediumship, one time I was doing I was in a circle, right? A practice circle. And they said, okay, tell me about so-and-so, like gave a name, right? That's it. Or I don't even know if they gave a name. But they said, I have a person I want you to connect with. And I'm driving on this windy road and people are like, you shouldn't do mediumship driving, but I'm okay with it. And I was all of a sudden this feeling took over me where I was like, oh my God, I am loving driving. This is so wonderful. And then I sensed a woman next to me, and I said, there's this male, and he loved to drive, and he would go on these trips with this woman, this older female, but he very specifically loved driving. And she said, yes, my friend, he passed away, but he wanted to be a truck driver, and he loved to drive. And this woman that he would go with, was, I can't remember now,
wow.
maybe like the mother and that kind of thing. So that feeling would take over. When my father comes to visit me, I want Filipino food. So I know like there's certain things,
sure.
and it's almost like, I do believe that I could not figure out for some time. I didn't believe in past life. And because I really had this knowing, right, that once we leave here, I'm not Michelle, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, so I don't understand what this whole past life thing is. But then I got certified by Brian Weiss, and I was like, I understand, because, and also just through doing mediumship, once we go to the other side, we're not male or female or Michelle or
we just are.
We just are. However, we will put on that stuff, those identifiers, so that the person knows who it is.
Yeah.
So my father,
to be familiar.
Right. So that's like, so I know when certain things, when I crave certain foods or certain things, that energy is with me. And, so those, I guess, would relate kind of like, does somebody know they're viewing them, whether it's a viewer or something on the other side?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I want to thank you for your time on this very busy IRVA Conference here in Menlo Park. Let everybody know where they can go to contact you for sessions. Do you have a website, anything like that?
My website, I've put in maintenance mode because I'm doing self-care right now.
All right.
But if they wanted to contact me, I would maybe say email me at mycrv2020@gmail. So
all right.
Yeah.
Well, Michelle, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your continuing work in the remote viewing community. I hope to see you at numerous conferences in the future.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. While you were online checking out everything from Michelle and contacting her, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is the home and the home base for all of the episodes, all of our guests, all of our updates. We are looking at going to the IANS conference coming up next, the International Association for Near-Death Studies. So that should be super fun. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other, everybody. And remember, stay curious. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye, folks. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of The Curious Realm. Stay tuned for more guests, forbidden topics, and hidden truths. Download the official Curious Realm app and view the Knowledge Vault on our website, CuriousRealm.com. Follow us on social media by searching Curious Realm. Curious Realm is available on your favorite podcast services, as well as YouTube, Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV through the APR TV app, available on all app markets. Curious Realm is a proud member of the HC Universal Network family of podcasts. For more great content or to become a sponsor of Curious Realm or other podcasts, visit hcuniversalnetwork.com today. Thanks for listening. Stay curious. And remember, the other side is always watching.